Alright, what's up, YouTube? I've actually been going for a second here. I was just talking to Twitch people about the map we're on. Norscan Rise, definitely one of my personal favorites, honestly. Hold on. We've got somebody who is having technical problems connecting to our lobby, trying to get us a round 1 game. I've got the map pack on, so we're all good there. He might need to update his game. RIP. We'll, retry this. Super bizarre. No response from host. Bro, brother, I'm literally here. CA, please give us, proper servers. It doesn't even have to be anything crazy, hosted servers-wise. I mean, it really can't be that freaking crazy in terms of cost. Anyways, let's not get too deep into any, CA grievances. I do really love this game, so I'm gonna recenter my perspective a little bit. Alright, we're good to go. Okay. How is... Still can't connect to me. That's crazy. I'm on the right, patch, right? Hello? Yep. Yeah, this might be a Steam Workshop thing. It's very possible. Give me a sec while I need to do something real quick, guys. Alright, we're loading back in. We can get this rolling, hopefully. If not, then we'll find something else to do for the time being. I think I can rally up some replays from the last new player tournament if we have to, just until some people in round 1 get their games done. It won't take that long. I really want to get us live around 1 game, though. I do really like that to kick things off. We're gonna give KOTJ one more time to try and connect with us. Otherwise, we'll just catch him on the flip side, because I have had this happen before where people just can't connect to my lobbies randomly for no reason. It's just one of those occasional frustrations. That flares its head every now and then. See who's playing who. Oh, we've got... Oh, Uzul is back. What's up, dude? Skull Taker's here. That's freaking awesome. Okay. He's supposed to be playing here for us in the first round. We got Welshline and Luku, which is awesome. Yiffer's here, Fist of the Flame, who I think I've seen around before. Vernies, Carmelino, Anderland, and Orange Commander. So a lot of familiar faces. And Shishi, who I think was playing in their first tournament last week, is here. Nice. We got our guy here. Perfect. Alright, so it's going to be a little bit of a belated start, but no worries, it happens. We'll have plenty of replays to immediately jump into right after this. Is he graduated? No, I thought he was still eligible to play. He won with Korn, and he's gotten close a few times, but he's not won with Norska or anybody as far as I know. He's still getting there. It takes a lot of time to, like, get used to other factions once you main something for a while. I think ultimately it helps you out in the long run to hard focus, like, one faction early, but it does definitely kind of throw you off once you start trying to play other factions for a bit. Especially when you play as Korn, because you gotta get used to not bullying people so hard in the infantry game. And you gotta get used to incorporating magic and a few other things. But once you make the adjustments, you're playing at a much higher level, generally speaking. Very excited to see these two face off. So we've got a really nice round one going here. Norska versus High Elves is a really fun matchup. Probably a little bit Norska favored, just because they are really durable, and elves, as you may know, not necessarily the most durable folk. They've definitely got good tools against Norska, and they can definitely bring some comps that can just absolutely flatten a poorly prepared Norska build, but I think on the whole, Skulltaker's going to have a pretty good time here. If he just plays with a couple of durable infantry, like a few berserkers and some shielded bearmen tend to be really strong here. Or you can go shielded bearmen and then just like a couple of bearmen great weapons. In case the High Elves go really elite, if they bring like Blades of Hoeth and stuff like that, the Bearmen Great Weapons are actually pretty decent against them. They just grind so crazy because they have a gazillion health. I mean, it takes actual effort even for a high-tier lawnmower unit like the Blades of Hoeth to chop through them all. It is a little bit ridiculous at times, but you do that and you go with some horsemen and then just some classic Skinwolf spam. I think Skinwolves really just dominate the High Elf cavalry, especially if you go for some armored ones and you just avoid the Fireborn as much as possible. Try and like skirmish them down with the horsemen. You can just use the Skinwolves to destroy Illyrian Reavers and Silverhelms. Because the armor on Silverhelms is nice, but it's not going to last forever, and Skinwolves have Fizzres and regen. I think they have Strider, too. They've got so much going for them. They can really just out-trade them over the course of a game. And then Illyrian Reavers just get absolutely dominated. The only thing that works well against Skinwolves is Archer Fire and the Fireborn. It's a pretty short list, honestly, because the infantry is not reliable. Skinwolves actually have pretty good masks, so they can actually bully infantry by cycle charging them, I've found. Skulltaker is very nervous about being in the round 1 game. Don't be, man. You got this. I believe in you. Yeah, High Elves do have a lot of options, though. He's going for a fairly, yeah, I like this. 4 white, well, maybe not so much the white lions. I just never find them to be all that strong, honestly. They have really low damage output. Yeah, I mean, they're durable against the skirmisher play because they have phys res and a lot of armor, so the javelins won't be doing too terribly much to them. What I am very much worried about is them trying to chop through all these bearmen and also dealing with a chimera. Because the chimeras, man, I mean, even with the ROR being banned, it doesn't really matter that much because the base monster is just so freaking good. Immune to flanking means that it's very hard to burst damage down in melee. Like, a lot of times you can surround big single entity, or like medium-sized single entities like this with something like a Fireborn, or some Minotaurs and just absolutely stomp it in a matter of, like, mere seconds. I'm not joking you. Like, Minotaurs of Khorne surrounding flyers turns into, like, just the funniest, like, all-time slapdown you've ever seen in your life. But because of the immune to flanking trait, Chimeras can actually get away with a lot. They actually avoid taking a lot of the melee hits in the initial opening because they don't suffer from any penalties when flanked. And then they just have their melee defense active at all times around their entire like body, whereas normally they just get a 0 defense roll. They're getting hit in the back. Not so much for this guy. They've got breath attacks, terror. You know, White Lions have a decent amount of leadership, but they can be terror-routed because they lack ITP, so it's going to come down to Tyrion and the Lothern Sea Guards to, like, hold this Chimera back. Otherwise, it's really going to feast here. There's a lot of bullyable stuff. Oceanids are very vulnerable to these Chimeras as well. There's some fire resistance for the Oceanids, which isn't bad. I mean, it's 20%, but they do lose their phys res out to the Chimera, and it does have the magic attacks, so honestly, it's a nice little trade. The Chimeras have a lot of weapon strength, too. Honestly, I think Chimeras would be fine if they lowered weapon strength on these things. I think 520 is kind of ridiculous for how durable it is. I think it should be a little bit more of like a specialist tool. It's just not quite as oppressive against so many different things. I think they could cut it down to like 380 weapon strength. And then you could just unban like all the Chimera restrictions. Sail is in danger here. Tyrion is no joke. Oh, and he brought Foe Seeker, actually paying off big time. Catching Sail out really badly right now. Whiffing a bit of a wind blast. It's not really slowing down Tyrion enough to really make that much of a difference. Thankfully, though, the Marauder Horsemasters are close enough in that Tyrion kind of gets sucked into them. He gets distracted fighting them. Sail is going to move forward and try and drop some magic. Still a little bit worried about this. You got to be really careful with Sail. He is actually fairly vulnerable to snipes. He's a very weak combatant, and he's really not that quick on his horse. If he's getting poisoned and he's got other like really speedy characters out on the field. 90 speed is no joke, but somebody like Tyrion with his like 95 at base, he's perfectly capable of catching up to you if he just unga bungas around. And that's kind of what's been going on here. You can see a bit of a Benny Hill chase going on. Double Chimera on the field now is definitely a pretty solid way of trying to defend Sail, but you just gotta get him away from Tyrion. I mean, there's no way that you can just keep him anywhere near that front line as long as Tyrion is up. You're gonna have to push forward your infantry, present some threats and roadblocks that Tyrion has to maneuver around before you can do all this. It's just a little bit dangerous. It's playing a very, very risky game for very little gain. Tyrion getting dove on, taking a lot of damage, man. This is what's so nice about the Chimeras. They've got good melee attack. 52 at base, and they get a nice charge bonus at 45. Not the craziest one in the world, but flyers usually have a slightly lower amount of a charge bonus on average. Because generally they always get the charge, they get cleaner engagements. So they can use it a little bit better. It's honestly pretty well balanced within the game, I think. But mainline fights are kicking off. Bearmen are just pushing down the white lines of Trace. We've seen some really good magic coming out for Norska. Saw a nice chain lightning punishing some Lothern Seaguard. Night Maws come out and done some really good damage to these white lions, and it's looking nice for Norska, man. This is one of the scariest things to run into is the High Elves. Just a nice fat wall of durable infantry backed up by really solid skirmisher play. We've seen some really nice firepower coming out of the Riders of the Mighty Serpent and the Horsemasters to hammer the Oceanids a bit. Oceanids are trading okay, but they're getting pretty low, and they have a long way to go before they show anything too wild. Absolutely filthy chain lightning over the top of the Fireborn. Oh my god, taking him down to less than half HP. How much value does Sail have? 1,800. Honestly, fairly lucky that it didn't even get even more value. You can see this Chimera is surrounded, exactly like I said earlier. The Fireborn would have burst down just about any other big beastie already. The Chimera, though, this thing standing firm against one of the toppest tier cavalry units in the entire game and holding them up for ages in a situation where it should be absolutely caught dead to rights and have died long ago. Holds in there and keeping it together. Pretty impressive. Fireborn's very beat up. They've got 44 models though, so they can get a few more good charges off. There's no healing for them though. Life magic oftentimes can be very strong, specifically because of the Fireborn. I actually think this is a life magic kind of matchup for the High Elves. I really think Earthblood goes the extra mile here. That, Searing Doom is a great spell, and, I mean, it can definitely get you some pretty tremendous value, but being able to actually keep units out on the field as long as Norska, I find to be a little bit better. Like, imagine right now if the Fireborn were getting some regrowths. Like, they get a fat regrowth before engaging the Skinwolf. They beat the absolute living stew out of the Skinwolf, even being this beat up. No, they really should just hold in here. The Beasts of Tashin are going to catch you regardless. Good Dragon Prince countercharge, though. Definitely hammering those guys down. Looks like actually going for finish on the Berserkers, or trying to at least. Bearmen interpose their bodies, definitely making a little bit of a problem here for KOTJ. Lothern Seaguard have done pretty decently. Yeah, the Elves are just running out of steam here. They honestly have done very well in the mobile fights. They've gotten rid of the Chimeras. There's been some beautiful Searing Dooms to punish the Horsemen, and yeah, that's amazing, but the infantry game. The White Lions just really didn't hold up their end of the bargain, which is what I was kind of afraid of, just them chopping through everything before there's tons of additional Marauders and Berserkers, Bearmen everywhere on the field. KOTJ had a little bit of a lead, but it's really starting to slip away, and I think Skulltaker is going to be able to close this one out from here. He's got a nice little core of units left. The Skinwolves, despite getting really messed up by the Fireborn in their initial engagement there, actually survived with 10 models, which is a decent number. Just flattening the Rangers in the charge. Beautiful Searing Doom on the Kurgan great weapons, though. Really hammering these poor guys. You can see they drop down. They drop about half their HP on just that one cast. Nice chain lightning on the other side of the field here, though. These guys going blow for blow on a couple of occasions with the magic, and it is proven to be Sail who is dominant here. 3,700 value, and a lot of that out of these chain lightnings. And the night balls, I'd be curious to go back and see. They're a little hard to spot at times. It's a pretty nondescript vortex or wind effect. It can be kind of hard to spot because it didn't really last all that long, but it does a lot of damage. I've seen it in campaign get like 300-400 value with good casts. Nice little wind struck. Just using wind blast to apply wind struck, so these guys get slowed down. They lose charge speed, and acceleration. These are some of the invisible stats that are actually crazy important. Charge speed especially, because that impacts like how much you disrupt formations as your units get in. And also how the charge bonus is utilized, because you want to try and spread impact damage out across as many models as possible. Windstruck can actually be a pretty annoying little effect. Dragon Princes are just mopping up some units on the #1 objective, but Kurgan Horsemen, great weapons, Bearmen aplenty are coming out to reinforce the other points that Norsca is holding. See some Illyrian Reavers being fought off by Norscan Ice Wolves. Double Norscan Ice Wolf up here, actually. This is another reason why this matchup is so good for Norsca. These Strider type of mid-tier, like largish hound units, Flesh Hounds, Razor Gore Herd, Norscan Ice Wolves all fit this kind of criteria, where them being able to just munch on cheaper skirmish cav than them. I consider Illyrian Reaver melee cav to be a skirmish cav still, because they don't really take like mainline engagements. They're really good for pushing flanks. Norscan Ice Wolves, Razor Gore Herd, Flesh Hounds, they all like kind of dunk on those type of units. Razor Gore Herd a little bit less because they're like more AP oriented, but that just means they uptrade even higher. So they wreck stuff like Dragon Princes. If you ever play Beastmen, bring Razor Gore Herd to counter like the heavy cap factions, by the way. Just a little heads up. Definitely the top tier strategy. Berserkers are just pounding away on some white lines of trace. Even if the Berserkers don't value trade tremendously well, they just have way higher HP pools than all of the High Elf infantry do, so even if they trade out fairly evenly in value, a lot of the time the Norscan unit is still around on the field. In some respect, better than the High Elf infantry. Which does tend to mean in these grindy, attritional late-game scenarios, this is where the Norskins are heavily, heavily advantaged. Nice Searing Doom timing, honestly. About 1,500 HP taken off this Bearman unit, but they're going to waddle into combat, and that's only 10% of their HP, as opposed to closer to 20% for most infantry units. They're going to be able to continue to roadblock this point. White Lines of Trace here winning a very solid engagement against the Bearmen on this side of the field, though. Maybe the High Elf DPS is gonna come in clutch in the late game. We gotta see. I mean, these Dragon Princes have a lot more value trading they need to do before this game is gonna be in even a manageable position for the High Elves, I would say. They've barely got anything holding the other objectives. They got some Rangers going to the outside. You've got Illyrian Reavers moving in. This could be a big moment. This Illyrian Reaver is able to break both these Hound units. And then the Bearmen on the other side here are somehow able to be run down and broken. Then perhaps we could see a swing on this middle objective. A High Elf cap on this would be massive right now because they are also in a very nice position to be able to take the #3, and suddenly they'd have a triple cap on the whole field. It's going to take these Bearmen and this Kurgan Horseman ages to cap the point because they're so beat up. If KOTJ can get literally anything up on that point, it's going to be impossible to steal away. Illyrian Reavers did break all of the Ice Wolves just about, and they are going to face check this other Hound, this other Ice Wolf unit. And now White Lions of Trace are going to get in and rout these guys, and the Chimera Capweight, non-existent flying unit, not contributing anything here. High Elves get the middle objective, and what is going on up here? Going to flip the number 3. Oh my god, 1420 for Skulltaker, and KOTJ is pouring on the comeback attempt here. I don't know how he's managed to do this. I think this Chimera summon might end up being a huge mistake. It was a very expensive late game summon, and I think Skulltaker's plan was to use it to hammer an anvil off the Bearmen to rear charge White Lions and breath attack them and try and terror out them off the field. Excuse me. Oh my god, this game is getting really wild now. Norska does retake the number 1 pretty quickly, though. They just pour up some rallying units off the flanks. Beasts of Tashnar getting up here real fast, too. And they just push the Lotharns right off. And moving through it, they have enough time to recap the point. Little unfortunate there. Are we going to see a recap for this game is done? Oceanids moving over. They're going to be able to put serious pressure on the Bearmen and the Beasts of Tashnar. They do have really good damage output against these lightly armored chaff-type units, because, yeah, they don't have crazy melee attack. They get a decent bonus, though, and they actually have a lot of weapon strength. Particularly against units that have 15 and 45 armor. Man, some more Oceanids might have been the tipping point for KOTJ. Even though the Marauder Horsemen didn't stick around, they did at the very least get rid of all of the Oceanids in the starting army for KOTJ. And Skulltaker is gonna barely hang on and win here at the end. Massive recap out here on the edge. He capped this way faster than I was even thinking he would. I was fully focused over here, and he just immediately slammed out some hounds to retake. It's the nice thing about having those cheap capweight units in reserve, and especially for Norska, who dominates mobility so hard, they can actually really compound on their natural advantages by using their Warhounds well. I don't like Warhounds on a few other factions that do have access to them. But Norska definitely is one that can take full advantage, even if it's just using the Beast of Tashnar. Just having one ROR Hound makes a big difference. 900, 700, Ice Wolves putting in some nice work. Kurgans were a little ineffectual. They got punished pretty hard by the Searing Dooms. Again, though, I do wonder, maybe some life magic could have made a big difference. Blades of Hoeth would have been a nice anchor unit. Yeah, the Dragon Princes, man. I mean, see, this is what I'm talking about. Those freaking Skin Wolves. 1,500 value on that Skin Wolf. I mean, just one of those guys. And that unit was out for most of that game. It did some good damage to the Fireborn. It managed to survive an engagement against them and everything. Then it went around and beat up on some of these Dragon Princes, Illyrian Reavers, running over Rangers and some other infantry. Beautiful stuff. Some of the White Lions traded okay. The Oceanids, yeah, in the opening were a big letdown here. Oh, it's just kind of rough, man. The Riders of the Mighty Serpent are a really nice unit. And Horsemasters, they may not have the magic damage, but they can definitely put some pressure on Oceanids. Those were beautiful Chain Lightnings, too. 4,000 value on sale. The Faithless one showing his metal here. Slightly out-trading Tyrion. Well, the Metal Mage got 2,000, so... yeah, Heroes and Lords... pound for pound, it's just a rock-solid game all throughout, man. I bet if they replayed, it would be the exact same amount of closeness, and I bet KOTJ would find a way to take it. What an amazing Kickstarter. Oh my god. Holy crap, dude. I gotta give kudos to both of them. I'm gonna message them both personally here. Dude, when he got the triple cap, I really thought KOTJ was about to close that game out. I thought the Chimera was going to end up being a bit of a mistake, but Azul found a way to fucking carry that in the end with his big old monster, and just some really good objective presence. Oh, yeah, dude, comparing Chimeras to dragons is kind of crazy. It is what it is. They could just stand to make the Chimeras a little less heavy metal in melee combat. Just take like take like 15% of that weapon strength away from them. They just hit too freaking hard in melee for how effective they are at maneuvering and survivability. I think it would be an overall nerf to Chimeras, and it would be a bit of a shadow buff. At least, well, actually, I mean, it would be a nerf to the ROR, but it would mean that the ROR wasn't broken, because it wouldn't be quite as strong at damage dealing, and then it would be a bit of a buff in the sense that you would see it a little bit more, and the fact that it can heal would make it an interesting and appealing option instead of going for like an additional Chimera, because you probably wouldn't see double Chimera bans as much. I just would like to see CA make more of an attempt at doing some active balancing stuff for multiplayer. I've even thought at some point it might even be cool if they kind of like disconnected campaign and the multiplayer side of things a bit. Like they just did adjustments for multiplayer, and then they just balanced campaign. They just balanced both of them separately. Trying to do it for both is a lot easier, I imagine. But I don't know. It definitely means that sometimes there's just some things that are going to be overtuned. I mean, for how many units are in this game, it's nice that there's a very short list of those problematic type of units. Because it's really just like Chimeras and the general like power level of Slaanesh that's problematic right now. Everything else is honestly in a pretty good spot, I would say. Few things like here and there that can definitely be polished up. But nothing quite as like odious, if you will. Slaanesh is probably very stinky as well. I like to think they are, at least. Or they probably just smell like baby oil or something. Alright, guys. Let me go to the Discord. I'm gonna grab some replays. Oh, yeah, here we go. We got, our boy, Meat, is on Grand Cathay here. We got some High Elves, Tomb Kings Greenskins. Just watched that one. I'm gonna drop it in here. Give me a sec while I move these around. Open them by app data folders and everything. Here we go. There's our download. So now we got 4 replays to walk ourselves through for this next, these next few games. While people are finishing up and getting started on round 2, we'll be able to get through probably 2 or 3 of these. Just depends on how long some of the games are. Really cool sighting here. We've got Talyan the Merciless. He's kind of an interesting little campaign character. Just doesn't really do anything too wild and crazy. She just is a very like solid damage dealing foot character. At least against anti-large stuff. There is a possibility that she could be a decent little poke tool against corpse carts and even beat up on White Kings a little bit, potentially.
The dragons are watching us.
She's got really high stats. Yeah, man, I don't know. We'll see how this game goes. This is definitely also a little bit, I mean, maybe not abnormal, but definitely a little bit less common of a strategy. Most of the time you see White Kings for vampire counts, but actually we're going to see double Necromancer. Double Necromancer Forbidden Rod strats coming in. Gaze and a Gash, Raised Dead, Invocation and a Hat, gonna go for lots of heals and magic missiles. Honestly, not a bad idea at all. Gaze and a Gash would definitely be really strong against, yeah, artillery, crane gunners, even against these Jade warrior lines. You get a side shot with Gaze and a Gash on infantry, you can do some wicked damage to them, especially to, like, crossbows and stuff, who have a lot of really, like, nice effective damage that they can do against your, like, Grave Guard before they get engaged. And Cryptars especially, Cryptars get lit up by Harmony crossbows. I'm intrigued. We'll see where this ends up. We've got Disdain of the Dragon Emperor going, which is definitely the toppest tier of all the Zhangu War Drum stances. You should not use anything else, pretty much. I mean, melee attack, ITP, and reload skill. I mean, it buffs literally everything. It buffs all of the most important things about those units. Because ITP means Jade Warriors hold ages. No fear, no terror. They get melee attack, so they actually do have good enough melee attack at this point to really beat up on some chaff and even hold against some decent higher value units. And then crossbows, they get to fire a little faster. It's not nearly as big of a buff as for the frontline troops, but reload skill, any extra amount of, like, quicker volleys can make a huge difference in terms of, like, the efficacy of your army overall. Which means you get damage out on the field faster, which makes a big difference against a faction that's as durable as the vampire counts. There's some beautiful, beautiful range play going right now. Grand Cannon is just absolutely terrorizing this corpse cart. And the Onyx Chroma come out, and they do nibble on the Master Necromancer a little bit. He lands on the ground and throws down a zombie summon. Oh my god, he's actually stuck on these Onyx Crowmen. Would be kind of nice to see something like Jade Lancer come in to try and pin him in fully. Instead, we're going to see some Ironclaw Warriors coming out, just the dual axe variants. Be trying to defend this artillery piece, keep any dire wolves off of it, fell bats. Actually, a pretty good choice of unit to bring in right now, I would say. They do need to worry about these Blood Knights a little bit. We'll see where this all goes, though. We've got Black Knights on the other side of the field here. The clear idea for Nieper here, what he's trying to do with this Master Necromancer, is he's trying to fly back here and drop a zombie summon here. He stayed a little too long and got caught by the Croman, though, and it's really thrown him for a loop. He's taking a lot of damage, too. Down to half HP. Needs to get some invos on himself, man, just to keep him nice and healthy, and some beautiful, beautiful Dragon Breaths. It is pummeling the undead right now. Zombies and skeletons getting blasted to smithereens by this caster right now. The Shugengan Lord just farming value. Nieper moving units through the trees, looking for the kill on the cannon. Direwolves with a nice little push. Splitting the difference between all those units. Ironclaw Warriors are chilling. Oh, this is the Halberd variant. I thought this was the dual weapon variant for a sec. Should have known. Should have looked at the banner a little bit more intently. Another 100-something kills for the Shugengan Lord, just blasting everything to bits. Jade Lancers intercepting the Dire Pack here. Beautiful intercept, by the way. Exactly what you were looking for. Blood Knights getting unbelievable, dude. Losing 12 models to one nice, solid, quick volley from the Grand Cannon, but Black Knight's able to get around the other side of the field, skirting Peasant Long Spearmen and the Iron Warriors. Oh, and they get the break on the cannon and everything. Oh, and a Gaze and a Gash coming down from long range against tightly bunched Tiger Claws. Oh my god. Nieper with an immediate swing back. That might honestly Alright, maybe, no, it doesn't quite make up for the casualties he's taken, but he's doing a great job right here of swinging it back in his favor a little bit. The Dire Pack are holding against the Jade Lancers here, actually dragging quite a few guys down. Blood Knights, just regular Blood Knights, not the anti-large variant, crushing the Jade Lancers though. The rear charge from the Black Knights helping get that leadership break. More Iron Claws. This is where you just run away from all this business. As long as Nieper can get off of those Iron Claws and start running down the crossbows, there's a pretty solid chance that we could see some big business for the undead here. They've still got some corpse cards. They've got Master Necromancer who can heal. They've got some Graveguard Great Weapons who are maybe not grinding too amazingly, actually. Varric's Reaver's very beat up. A little bit tough for Nieper to micro all of his units around the way he's wanting to. Just a lot of infantry on the field for Grand Cathay is kind of mucking this up for the undead. They're not used to being at a numbers disadvantage. But because of the Shugengon Lord, man, oh my goodness, all the chaff units getting obliterated by her. 486 kills. Making life miserable for the zombies and the skellies, and the Graveguard being this naked is tough business. Counts are, you know, working it. They're holding double cap for the time being. I'm just not so sure if that stays the situation for the remainder of this one. Peasant long spears are being reinforced by the Ironclaw warriors now. You've still got a few Jade warriors and Talyon on the number 1, and they do flip it. All these Cathay units doing a great job of working it down right now. Slowly chipping away at the battlefield situation for our Cathay player right now. Black Knights on the field, Varric's Reavers, and the, looks like some Fellbats there getting lit up by the other crossbows. Very effective focus fire has been on the table all game for me. His range play has been so pinpoint. And honestly pretty good positioning on the infantry. I mean, it's been hard to defend every possible angle. But more often than not, he's been interposing some bodies to, like, muck up the attempts by the Black Knights, Blood Knights, and all of the Warhound type of units. He's been getting them into situations where they spend more time running than actually charging anything down, and right now, the Blood Knights are just getting absolutely iced by the Grace of Kuai-Yin, who are an absolutely incredible unit, by the way. These guys are really strong. They're honestly pretty good at melee. They actually have good weapon strength and melee attack and defense. They're like a more high-end Rugloods, actually. They get a debuff that has 180 meter range. Like, they self-synergize with it. They can just target anything within their active firing range and just immediately lower the missile resistance, block chance, and armor on them. They've got 95 armor of their own. Only thing they don't have is a shield, which would be nice for them, but it is a really good balancing method to make sure that they aren't just super resilient to return bowfire as well. You kind of have to keep them at the proper range so they can really bully units. But 180 meters is as good as it gets in this game, outside of Way Watchers, who have 190. Really cool stuff. Meat always brings these guys too, and he does a great job with them. He's very skilled at positioning them to farm huge amounts of value. Graveguard Great Weapons are dragging some units down, but Talyon has held the line here admirably. The cap weight she's contributed meant that Cathay had a pretty good hold on this for a good long while. Beautiful! Oh my goodness. Gaze into Gash from downtown onto the Grace of Kuai-Yin. His Master Necromancer died, and he's back out now. It's a little bit unfortunate, you know. This guy, if he was on the field the entire game, dropping as good of gazes as we've seen these couple of times, maybe it could be a different game for the Counts. They've lost their number 3 objective. They just don't have the presence to be able to hold this, and I think they've just gotten a little too greedy trying to dive the back line. Honestly, if you just play out of the forest, and I do really think that like a couple of Graveguard sword and boards, Stearnsman in particular, would be really good on this map, because you keep them in the forest on this point, in the trees right here. It's going to be very hard to remove them. That's a beautiful Constellation of the Dragon, by the way. Super fun spell kit. You never see Constellation of the Dragon, hardly, it seems. And Meat bringing it this time and just using it to brilliant effect. I mean, 574 kills on the Shooting Gun Lord now. Just rocking out here on horseback. They're so cool because they just raw dog it. They have no weapon. They just, like, karate kick everyone to death. Grand Cannon's going for the Master Necromancer, and somehow they just kind of phase through him. I don't know what's going on there. Empress Croman, though, find him, and they're going to rip him apart. Empress's Croman are a great unit. Like, Mega Strength Fury, essentially. With a bombardment effect, too. Master Necromancer is not looking very pleased. It looks a little disgruntled, honestly. Like, dementedly angry. Amazing backline defense from Meat, and didn't panic when his Tiger Claws got hammered by that big spell. Just kept them out on the field, and they honestly didn't trade too terribly. I mean, it just continued to buy space for the crossbows and the other ranged tools for Cathay to punish the mobility. I mean, if you're going to bring a bunch of Black Knights and Blood Knights, you better make it count, and it didn't work here, Neeper. Very unfortunate for the Vampire Counts here. I think they just mistimed what they really needed to be doing. There needed to be more zombie summons on the crossbows, less deep diving with the cavalry into the cannon and whatnot. I mean, you got a good engagement and broke it pretty quickly early, yeah. But then the cavalry was kind of stuck in the back line. And they were just running this way and that, and not really getting much done, you know? Like, I do wonder if maybe just going for a little bit more of, like, a classic Cryptar build, and just making sure that you're shutting down the crossbows with the zombie summons early is more important than going for the cannon. Because if you just force if your opponent has one cannon in reserve, they have to save up money to bring it out. They've got to be careful about when they bring it out. And then they've got to protect it. If you also present just a million targets that it wants to shoot at, like Cryptars, Corpse Carts, honestly, Necromancers on Corpse Carts might be pretty good here. White Kings, you know, just like infantry in general. If you can overload them with threats, they can only shoot one thing at a time, right? You clean up the crossbows, who also value traded very nicely for your opponent. Then you go for the Grand Cannon finish. Because cannons have pretty slow DPS. It's not super fun to get hammered by them. And make no mistake, it will get some pretty great value against you, but it's survivable value, if that makes sense. Like, it's more durable to just tank through artillery, like a single artillery piece sometimes, and get rid of other annoying ranged tools, than it is to just, like, hard focus this one thing and then everything else goes poorly for you. You also definitely need something to bully characters here. The issue in this matchup for the Counts is that Dragon Breath, as you can see, just destroys the chaff unit. The value that the Shugengan Lords get from just farming crappy infantry is pretty amazing with Dragon Breath. Gaze and a Gash on the Shugengan Lord was desperately needed there. Gotta punish her with the big magic missile sniping spell. like, hitting infantry is nice, but sniping your opponent's lord is way better, and Gaze into Gash is really hard to dodge, and hard to block it. Like, some magic missiles, you can just, like, have your guy inside of, like, infantry or behind some cavalry to, like, block magic missile spells. Gaze into Gash, though, does ridiculous damage to just about everything, so it's not really great to do. Eventually, you'll run out of room. If you just slap Gaze into Gash down on your opponent's caster until they're gone, it's a really effective strategy, just because of how cost-effective that spell is. Especially if you're going Mana Battery Necromancers. You gotta get your full value out of the magic side of things. Playing patiently pays off big time in domination mode, because the games go pretty long if you just play for objectives. Crazy Tomb Kings build. Let's see if this let's see if this works. What the hell? Cetra is on the kitty cat. We've got another War Sphinx, a Necro Sphinx, Ushabti Greatbow, and Chosen of the Gods. We've got Monarch here with Burning Head, which is going to do nothing at all. Karadrin, who presumably is on his Eagle. Karadrin is actually going to be pretty vulnerable here to the War Sphinxes and Ushabti and the Necro Sphinx. Oh, and he brought the... Oh my god, brilliant. He brought the regular Necro Sphinx precisely to counter Karadrin, because Karadrin... wait, no, he does not have Flame Resist. Doesn't? Oh. Guess he is on a, like a weird Frostheart Phoenix. Okay, well, never mind. I thought he had, Fire Resist for some reason. Never mind. Then the RWAR Necro Sphinx is usually more common. I guess this is just to get the other, Ushabti on the field. I thought he was going, like a 500 IQ play. Ignore me, guys. Ignore me. I forget what units do sometimes. Captain of the Phoenix Guard is a really nice ability here for the Company of the Calendarian. Keeps them, you know, nice and protected with the Phys-Res, and then they get a really solid heal. What is it, 15% of their HP pool? Oh, no, 21.5%. Chunky business, man. Couple of those and you heal cap your infantry units. Archmage is on horseback. She has no targets. There's nothing to do here. There's actually a skeleton chariot archer. A skeleton archer chariot's finally somebody with some sense. These skeleton archer chariots actually hit pretty hard. Their missiles do a lot of damage, and they bully infantry. The exact same as the melee chariot. They've got the same stats, actually. Pure Main Company is in for a world of hurt here. Kemrian War Sphinxes dunk on infantry formations. Just does ruinous damage if they're just charging through everything. Necro Sphinx and the other kitty cat are going for the Archmage? Really? I would be trying to bully Karadrin right now. Cetra versus Karadrin is not a great trade for Cetra. I mean, he can probably get a few odds and ends hits on this guy, but Karadrin has way better stats overall. And he's also got some crazy abilities and items, like especially the Phoenix Blade against Tomb Kings is really nice, because they do have like a basic fire weakness, and he's already got the Frostfire effect, which is another flammable imbuement. You can just absolutely, just boink just about anybody in the game, with a well-timed engagement from Karadrin, because he just debuffs people's, fire defenses so crazily, and then buffs himself up with his fire damage into, like, astronomical territories. Loses focus on Cetra, and Cetra's kind of going to get away here. Drops a Sandstorm as well. Talons of Torquilita kind of get torn up by that. It's also got Jaffs. No Neru's Incantation is a little strange, I would say, against the High Elves. They really don't have that much magic damage in melee. It's like Sisters of Avalorn that have missiles that you need to worry about that have magic damage, but you got the Ushabti to like counter that. Plus the chariots. I really feel like Neru's would be a great spell to have. just to slap down on these big single entities if they're getting, like, focused by, you know, like, basic archers, or if they're just sitting on top of, like, the Company of the Calendarian or something. It's been a pretty messy game so far, but it is really even. Tomb Kings, I mean, they've taken a lot of damage on their single entity core, but they are finding a very low health Caradhran and putting him in the absolute danger zone. He is on the verge of death right now. A burning head gets dropped just for the burnt effect, maybe? Oh my goodness. Or to proc Kendall Flame or something, I guess. Lot of units running away here. Skeleton Archer Chariot's a little beat up, but Silverhelms are being dragged to their doom here, I'm afraid. The Ushabti Great Bows and the like are going to be a pretty good roadblock here for the Tomb Kings. They really don't take too much damage from cavalry, just because they have pretty high armor values. The return damage in melee is not going to be too terribly high, though. They have only 17 melee attack right now, being drained. I think what's needed by Shishi right now is to get out some, like, skeleton horsemen or something to try and, like, run down these Silverhelms. Just get rid of them. If you can do that, you could be in a really good spot here for the mid to late game, because you do have a slight value lead on your opponent. Your chariots and your catapults are pounding the infantry really nicely. The single entity fight has gone firmly in your favor, the Caradhran being useless now. There's no heals either in this build, as far as I can tell. No Earthblood caster or anything has come out. Fireborn are on the field. The single entities for the Tomb Kings need to just get out of here, and a Necrotect wouldn't be bad right now. Necrotect to heal up either the Sphinx or the... either one of the Sphinxes here. Like, either the Necro or the War Sphinx would be awesome. Single entities getting hammered by the Fireborn, trying to use Chosen of the Gods. Oh no, Chosen of the Gods losing their attention to the more important engagement over here. Getting rid of the Fireborn is the most important thing the Tomb Kings can do right now. The Fireborn actually clean up both of those big, scary constructs. And now there's really no cover for the Chosen of the Gods when you look at the battlefield. I mean, really, it's been the pressure from the SEs that's kept the High Elf Cavalry much more in check than anything else. Like, one Silverhelm getting back here is nothing, but if the Fireborn and some Illyrian Reavers start to get back here and kill the Chosen of the Gods, this could become a brutally impossible fight for our bony boys. Still staying ahead, though, and Monarch is continuing to fall behind. His infantry is basically all gone. The Fireborn are being intercepted by the Eyes of the Desert, and a terror route from Cetra. As he's running away, he still has the ability to terror out units, and the Fireborn don't have ITP, and their leadership breaks at the worst possible moment, and they eat a fat volley on the retreat from the Eyes of the Desert. And that's basically killed them. That is a huge win for the Tomb Kings, who are going to push now to start grabbing points again. They've been holding this number 2 for a little while now. Illyrian Reavers running for their lives. And this super elite Tomb Kings build is going crazy right now. This is honestly pretty impressive. Firmly in the most, firmly in the top 5 of most unorthodox Tomb Kings builds I've ever seen, and it's working beautifully right now. A lot of Carrion on the field, no cap weight on Carrion, which is a bit annoying. Silverhelms do get on the Screaming Skull Catapult, just get something, anything out here to save it. Oh wow, the Silverhelms broke actually. Oh, the Chosen of the Gods got a couple shots and broke their leadership. Oh my god, and Illyrian Reavers getting blasted by the Sepulchral Stalkers. War Lions, more Silverhelms, all of them going to be falling to the fury of the Tomb Kings here, I think. Yeah, look at these Archer Chariots, dude. Good value, and getting some good value as they're just skirmishing and firing the archer, or firing the little missiles. I mean, they're getting like 300 or 400 value probably, just by shooting the bows off the back of the chariots here. Sepulchral Stalkers, they beautiful volley against the Rahagra's Pride, and Burning Head less than useless right now. Literally no targets. There's literally no targets, and now, like, a huge strategy for the High Elves has been completely countered because there's just nothing for the Lord to do. And Karadrin, he's too beat up to commit, and he actually gets killed by the Chariot. The Chariot sneak a couple of cheeky little missiles up into the hide of his Frostheart Phoenix and blast it out of the sky. And I think that's... Is that Karadrin's model? Oh, no, here he is. Poor guy. He's not doing well. Oh my god. Another Sepulchral Stalker summon to the high ground, getting up on the number 3. Rangers holding it, though. They are a higher cap weight unit, so this could still come down to Tomb Kings being really bad at capping points, and High Elves winning because of that. Because there's still no infantry. Without infantry, I don't know how you're going to take these caps. I mean, are you really going to use your Shopti Great Bows to try and sit on those objectives? I mean, it might not be bad. I mean, the Scooby Skull Catapult is doing a great job of punishing everything that's getting on top of all of these constructs, to be honest. A melee Shopti is on its way in. It's going to be pretty decent against the Silverhelms. Not a great damage output. Ooh, but... Oh my god, what a cheeky snipe. So the Silverhelms are actually going to break early because the Eyes of the Desert, despite getting engaged by the Puremain Company, are able to turn around and direct their laser eyes to blast the poor High Elf Archmage into smithereens, which obviously hits the leadership really hard. Minus 16 leadership, you can see they're taking damage by artillery modifier, and there's the additional leadership penalty from the Scooby Skull Catapult. Another minus 8. They're losing, oh my god, 34 freaking leadership. As long as they're getting hit by that artillery, and the Lord is dead penalty is applied. I mean, what are you supposed to do in the face of all that? And then you gotta add in the fear-causing effect. These guys are literally just gonna continue to, like, insta-break as long as Cetra is anywhere nearby. Catapults here could definitely stand to hit the Silverhelms. You get a really cheeky Sandstorm. Sandstorm is not a good spell. At least not against these cavalry and the Company of the Calendyrian, or the Puremain Company, I'm sorry. Company of the Calendyrian would be a good target, but the Puremain Company has a lot of armor. I just really feel like Usirians and Narrows is just better in all circumstances. Sekhmet's is like a campaign spell. Some spells are just better in other things where you can, like, buff up your casters a little bit more. You go Usirians because it's just turbo effective against cavalry, which High Elves love. They love cavalry. Perfect for countering them. Also cheaper than Sekhmet, or the same. It's the same as Sekhmet. It's got better uptrade potential though. Oh yeah, that's because they nerfed it long ago. It used to be a cheaper spell. I'm thinking back to when it was like 8 wins of Magic. But even at 10, it's still fairly cheap. It just it is nice for proccing the heal, obviously. Narrows and Jaffs are primarily what you want to use to proc the heal. Just absorbing physical resistance damage is always nice, and Narrows is 60%. Or sorry, is it 60 or is it 40? I think Strength from Flesh is the 60% one. Yeah, okay, Narrows is 40%. Thinking of Flesh to Stone, which is 60. But that's a little bit more expensive of a spell. Narrows is cheaper, lasts about the same duration. Really nice for intense fights against, like, mobile pieces. Which, honestly, Cetra is pretty good for attracting Fireborn aggro. And then popping Narrows on himself, and then a Jaffs shortly after. Just to, like, do some return damage. Survive through some extra burst damage from the Fireborn, and then you can, like, focus fire with Ushapti Great Bows and Chosen of the Gods and whatnot. I can't be too critical, though, because, honestly, despite some of the few things that I would think about changing here, just to make things easier for Shishi. This is, honestly, impressive. Like, this is a very high micro build. Like, the micro intensity is insane on this. Like, this man has perfectly positioned all of his units to outtrade the High Elves here and take these points. And it might still not matter because he needs the triple cap, and he's got to grab this top one. The Archer Chariots are coming out. Even more of them. There's 4 chariots on the field. 4 chariots, a catapult, Cetra and some Ushapti. Oh my god. Fireborn are coming in. Fireborn are a problem. What do you do against the Fireborn at this point? You're out of Ushapti ammo. Same here. Cetra doesn't have a spell to punish. Streaming Skull Catapult with 3 volleys is going to have to do all that damage. And you still have to cap the number 3. You got a Chariot going for the high ground. Illyrian Reaver Archers are there, though. Oh, come on. Come on, please don't let Shishi lose this. Don't let it happen. Sekhmet's going down. One final sandstorm before departing. And yeah, it just didn't do anything. This is why Usirian's is better, because it actually just does a ton of damage to, like, the Fireborn specifically. It'd be way better, but the Streaming Skull Catapult is making up for it. Pummeling them with a few well-placed shots. The Streaming Skull Catapult with 1,500 value, jumping up to 1,600 follow-up shots. Fireborn, leadership low, wavering, breaking with a terror out, too. Oh my god. And the Tomb Kings hold against a really terrifying unit, to be honest. And the Horse Archer Chariots are actually beating the Illyrian Reaver Archer Cab up here. Never did I think I'd see the day. Is it because of the bows? What are the bows doing right now? It doesn't really look like they're shooting. Oh, they just shot. A couple of them did. The rest of these guys shooting right now? No, they're just dying. Okay, they are firing in melee. Although they're firing at the company of the Calendarian right now. Not really the best use of their time. If they can get, like, one good charge in here, then maybe the rest of the chariots and whatnot can rally up there from the low ground. Yeah, Shishi is just having a really hard time finding units to get up on the objectives. The cap weight is so bad for the Tomb Kings currently. Fireborn actually rally. Oh, that's brutal. They're beat to hell, but they've still got 27 models, and Cetra is not very good against these guys without a bunch of extra, like, damage dealing effects, defensive buffs and whatnot. Here in the late game, he's at his most vulnerable. Oh, and he goes down. Brutal loss for the Tomb Kings. Losing their terror-causing unit might cost them a game, too, because there's not going to be an easy way to get all of the units and cap weight off of the number 3 objective that the High Elves are throwing up here, and they just need to hold down 1 point. And they're even starting to take the number 2 objective, and just not having any cavalry is turning out to be a bit of a nightmare. Like, I think maybe you could go 3 chariots max, and then you get a Necrocarl horseman, or a couple of, like, skeleton horse archers or something at least. You know, skeleton horse archers, I think, actually probably the best unit for synergizing with this build. Super cool build and an insanely well-played game by Shishi, but an even scrappier win here from Monarch is in the works, I believe. As long as he doesn't lose this number 3 objective, which I don't think he will, because there's just nothing to come and cap it for the Tomb Kings. An even scrappier win. Dude, every single round 1 game, freaking nail-biter. Every single one of them! Incredible! Absolutely stunning. Oh my god, best tournament in ages, dude. 2,200 on the Necro Sphinx, War Sphinx with 11, big value on the Great Bows. Chariots doing great work. A little bit of diminishing returns, though, as you can see. A Like, 2 of these chariots did incredibly, and the others really not contributing much. I do feel like getting rid of the carrion, getting rid of the chariot archers, and just getting swarms of horsemen guarantees the win here. Gotta have capway. There's no capway in this build at all. And it cost the Tomb Kings a win. High Elves had no counters to all of those shenanigans. But they were able to hold the objectives, and that's all that counts sometimes. Beastie Boys versus Empire. Tomb King's Greenskins. We got a much more traditional build here. Let's make this our last round 1 game, and we'll get Yiffers round 2 as our next match. Ooh, and that's gonna be a good one because it's Tomb King's Beastmen. I actually think that's a fairly even matchup, a little Beastman favored, but not by much, honestly. So, Luku is running Grom Big Boss, Orc Big Boss. Do love those guys. Is he on his piggy? Yeah, he's on piggy. Oh, no, he's on foot. Dang, he's beefy. He's freaking huge, man. These guys are so cool. And they're a great character. They don't do anything fancy at all, but they just provide buffs to the units around them. They rabble-rouse and provide ITP. They have good damage output because they have crazy good stats, like amazing foot duelists. Also, they don't lose any stats on their war boars, which is why you usually see them on a war boar. Because then they can ride around and provide rabble-rouse and brass cleaver to the boar boy big and cav, which is usually really incredible. On foot, though, is still fine. I do think that also works a little better against the Tomb Kings because you bring black orcs. And they already have ITP, so you can keep them a little closer back to your archers, who then have ITP as well. River Troll Hag with Purple Sun Azirius. I don't know why you'd bring Purple Sun. I would bring Spirit Leech to snipe Cetra and the Necrotect. Honestly, focus the Necrotect, because those guys with Vambraces are just a really freaking annoying unit. Kind of a nightmare to handle. Horse Archers are bullying the Wolf Riders. The Wolf Riders take the point, but now the Horse Archers are getting the leg up, and they're going to move up on the point and start capping it now. Getting some good damage off, and they're happy to take this trade. They're really not that much more expensive than the Goblin Wolf Riders. Add on to the fact that they're going to get a couple of heals just because of Realm of Souls over the course of this game, and they're just going to be that little extra durable to actually be able to afford taking this damage in the early going. Necrotect, the beautiful charge onto the Black Orcs, lowering them stats down to none, but it's honestly not that bad because why even bother worrying about your melee attack and melee defense when you can just super buff your melee defense, avoid the blinded effect, and you just min-roll damage and hope these Black Orcs survive long enough for the archers to get all the damage off. Grom's getting bullied by the Sphinx of Uskef right now, though, and oh my god, Cetra's getting in here, some big attacks too. A Purple Sun of Xerius that's really not doing much of anything for anybody. That is a Skeleton Spearman. That is not worth the cost input. Really losing out big time by not having Spirit Leech, in my opinion. Tomb Kings are very vulnerable to the character snipes with Spirit Leech, because they don't have very good targeted heals. Like, they can drop, like, Jaffs and Nerus to, like, get the lore passive going, but it only does so much, man. I mean, Spirit Leech just outpaces anything that the Tomb Kings can do to try and counter it. Welsh Lion with a nice value lead right now, doing some pretty good work. Sepulchral Stalkers a little off center of the skeleton chariot, or the skeleton catapult. And the Orc Boar Boys are going to carry home a pretty devastating charge. Good counter with the Skeleton Horsemen. Little bit late for some of these guys, but you get the crew off and they just waddle away, and then you just wear down the boys with Stalker Fire and the Horseman DPS. You call it a day. Very fortunate that they actually break early here. The Wah comes in, I think, right after the fear-causing effect caused the leadership break. And now, since they're routing and taking a bunch more damage, they're just suffering from all the other effects. They're somehow damaged by artillery. Is that being applied by the crew? That can't seriously be happening. That's really silly, if true. Sphinx of Uskaf gets a restore up to full health, just beating everything down right now. Really needs to focus the characters, though. I would just focus this River Troll Hag and just absolutely murder her to death. Just punish her for being out of position and alone. There's nothing here to stop that either. Sepulchral Stalkers are opening up on the River Troll Hag for a moment, but now they seem to want to hit Grom. And the Catapults turning their attention over to the Black Orcs now after surviving the Boar Boy charges. Got Chosen of the Gods coming up, which is going to be another great counter to these Black Orcs. And Cetra has been kind of a menace back here. Is that Purple Son of Xerius going down? Trying to hit the Horse Archers, I think. A lot of greenskin units milling about kind of aimlessly in the open field and struggling. Boar Boys are not doing much at all right now. Getting hit by Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance. You can see how much damage it does with each tick. Really messes up cavalry units because of the way the damage is distributed, and also because it's a built-in 25% slow. Ushapti summon coming down on this blob of infantry, and they actually get stopped up by the Horse Archers, and now that Ushapti right in the middle of all of these Orc Boys, this is going to be a massacre of Orc Boys. Ushapti are really good at outputting DPS, although they are a little bit over-surrounded and maybe getting burst down here potentially, although now the damage is dropping off a little bit on them. Come on, guys, start swinging those weapons. What are they doing? Alright, there we go. Now they're starting to swing. For a hot second there, they're just kind of standing and milling around, but you can see they start to input some good work for the Tomb Kings. Looks like the River Troll Hag is routing, and if I'm not mistaken, that's a sign that Grom has died somewhere. I think the Sepulchral Stalkers killed him in melee, maybe. Where is he? Got a bunch of dead War Boys out here. Brutal stuff. Oh, Grom is dead over here. LOL, Grom died to the Skeleton Spearmen. No way. Oh my god, Grom, why? Maybe the Stalker's got a good bit of burst damage off on him, but that's really sad, man. You hate to see it. Sphinx of Uskaf has taken basically no damage. Black Orcs, man, they held really nicely until they started getting pummeled by all of this ranged fire. And now it's just complete rout. Full tabling for Welsh Lion here. Welsh Lion tabling Luku. He's run down the Goblin Bolt Thrower, the Carrion, just a surgical dismantling of his opponent right now. Greenskins grab the high ground objective. The Night Goblins run away to go hide. Really, really cheeky. That's actually kind of hilarious. That's the 8-peak Loonies, too. They're a full Capweight Goblin unit, actually. I don't think a lot of people know that about them. Unlike regular Gobbos who don't have full Capweight, the 8-peak Loonies I know have full Capweight, and I think the Armor Sundering one does as well, but that one's just not as good, honestly. Stone Trolls are coming in, but without their Lord, they're suffering so badly in the leadership immediately. You can see they get charged, they get swatted one time, and they immediately terror out. are not having a good day. Don't want anything to do with the remainder of this match, I don't think. The Syrians on infantry is kind of whatever. I wouldn't really use it, honestly. I'd just be saving it if my opponent brings out any poor boys. I mean, I know you fought off most of them at this point, but, you know, just in case for the late game. Always better to have it than to not have it. Black Orcs running. Ruglets could be finished off by the Screaming Skull Catapult. Chosen of the Gods eat a charge from some beat-up boar boys, but survive. Oh, and they're point blanking the Ruglets. With the Sepulchral Stalkers, man, just baseline Sepulchral Stalkers have been getting some great value lately. Yeah, little Gobos move out. They did beat up on the Cavalry, but the Ushapti holding really nicely there, beating up on the Gobos in return. Really, really brilliant play from Welsh Lion. Amazing combined arms from the Tomb Kings here. And really beating down on one of the better factions in the game. Greenskins are kind of a menace. They're super frustrating to play against as mortal factions. Because they just have all kinds of really nasty little sicko mode synergies they can do. They've also got some cool methods they can use to like tear route stuff, but they do have low leadership and they suffer badly against undead in my experience. And I do feel like Tomb King's definitely one of the trickier matchups just because the Syrians and the Warcats just so good at routing infantry, and Sphinx of Uzkef, just an incredible unit, man. Vambrace the Sun, a really nice debuff ability, and yeah, I mean, everything conspiring against Luku here. And picture-perfect play from Welsh Lion to punish his opponent's mistakes. Gets him a very, very nice quick dub there. Alright, let me download our round 2 games. Or wait, no, I did. I just gotta put them in the folder now. Boop. And we'll close that. Move it over. And, yeah, Tomb King's Beastman. Ooh, and a Jabberslythe. No freaking way. I actually like the Jabberslythe against Tomb Kings. I've used it against them before. It's actually really good against these undead factions because undead have low leadership. And the Vortex, the Aura of Madness, procs at below 50% HP on this thing. It's not like the best Vortex in the world because of that, but it is pretty steady and consistent damage. And the Jabberslythe also has a Poisoned Blood Vortex that procs whenever it takes damage. That's pretty strong against the Cavalry, actually. We'll see what all these little Gores can do. And there's some Slan Gores. Slan Gore is going to be really good at clearing out the Tomb Guard. One Tomb Guard is going to get bullied pretty hard by a couple Slan Gores, so Cameroon War Sphinx is going to have to do a lot to try and protect them. Katep is coming in as the Lord here, which is honestly, I think, a pretty top-tier choice. So one thing that I honestly think Beastman players should adjust to in this matchup, you do like Malagor. If you're going to bring Malagor, you should bring his Icons of Vilification. You can go wherever the War Sphinx is and buff your guys' leadership up a bunch. Keep them a little safer. I also think you just want a Traderkin caster for this matchup. Traderkin just ruins big single entities. Any single entities, really, even if it's just characters like this. And the Chariot is actually kind of good in this matchup because you can use it to like just run over crappy skeletons. It's got a lot of armor and mass. It's very safe to use against the skeleton spears even. And it's also fast, so you can use it to avoid your opponent's characters. You want to actually avoid the single entities more than you want to engage them as the Beastmen, in my opinion. What Beastmen really want to do early is they want to try and get rid of the Horse Archers. They want to do good damage and keep the single entities in check. And they just want to try and rush down the infantry. I actually don't know if you really want Ungor Raiders in this matchup, honestly. Maybe not even this many. Maybe just a couple, just to do some damage. Really need the Jabberslythe and the Slangors to be aggressive up onto the flank here and start clearing down the spears and the Tomb Guard before they get up on the objective. Beautiful Sandstorm from Kotep, you know. He doesn't really run Sekhmets. He just gets these bound Sandstorms, and these bound Sandstorms are actually really good because they do a lot of damage, and they have a lot more AP than Sekhmets. Sekhmets, I actually think, doesn't have any. Yeah, no armor piercing at all. Grand Hierophant Kotep's does 36% armor piercing damage on its Vortex, which is pretty damn good. Sons of Goros actually get in on the Skeleton Horse Archers in a fat flock of doom, hitting the entire blob just about. Oh, and really messing these guys up pretty bad. But a good bit of revenge here. With the Usirians dropped on top of the Sons of Goros now. Look how badly they're getting handled by that. You've got the Necrotect on top of them and the War Sphinx there now. And some of the Horse Archers are actually hanging in too. And the Sons of Goros get one good charge off and then immediately get dunked on. Jabberslythe getting on top of a bunch of spears, not really a good place for it to sit. Definitely don't want to let it get worn out here. Slangor's going real deep. Intercepted by the horsemen here. Chosen the gods. In a little bit of trouble. The Chimerian War Sphinx. The Chimera and Malagor going in to beat up on the Chosen away from the Chimerian War Sphinx. Just trying to wrangle this Jabberslythe right now. It's an anti-infantry monster against anti-infantry monster. The Jabberslythe is slightly stronger overall in combat. Doesn't have access to any, like, heals, though, and is sitting on top of some spears and Tomb Guard, which is definitely hurting it a bit. Jabberslythes you want to use very aggressively to charge units. They've got great collision damage. The Jabberslythes are actually a little bad in prolonged contact, in my experience. Really, these vortexes are just there to be getting like low incremental value as they're just moving along. The real value from Jabberslythes is from charging into stuff. Chimera and Malagor have the Chosen of the Gods pretty beat up, but some melee Shopti coming in. And Fear and Harpy's gonna land right on top of those guys too. Really rough. Although the Harpies are not the target of the fury of these Ushopti, would be the Slangors that they're trying to run down right now. You can see Tomb Kings have a pretty good stranglehold on the objectives. Some of the Ungor Raiders are getting tied up in melee. Ooh, War Sphinx on top of the Corngors. Corngors could start to get some good value here. If they're able to beat this, if they're able to beat up this War Sphinx a little bit while it's surrounded by them, and their Unbreakable passive is procced, that could be pretty huge. It could be a way for Yiffre to get back in this one. Definitely getting handled a little bit right now. Jabberslythe is really not getting much done. Its Poison Blood effect just procced. Did a little bit of work against those Horse Archers specifically. Yeah, it's just not getting enough work in, though. That's the problem. Sons of Goros get taken out. The Ushopti Summon goes down. To break up the remaining Corngors and the War Sphinx, moving over to bully some Ungor Raiders. Really good engagements from that thing. It looks like Welsh Lion's going to be the guy to beat today. At least one of them. Seen some pretty good play from just about everyone today, but I was especially impressed by Welsh here against the Greenskins. You can see the damage from the Jabberslythe as it hits the back of those Skeleton Spearmen. Unfortunately, though, it does break. Just a random leadership break, and it is going to be off the field probably now. Well, actually, my rally Its leadership is already rallying, but it's still running. It's so far away from everything. Why is it still running, man? Ooh, that's annoying. Finally rallies. Only has 1500 HP, though. Not going to be much longer for this world. Ushapti summon. Just running off the Corn Gores. Perfectly good use of its time. Cameroon War Sphinx going to be looking for some more engagements. Good value on it already. 266 kills. 1800 value. Chosen of the Gods. Trotting around. They've been surviving a few dive attempts. And Melee Shopti beating up on Malagor now. Malagor is infantry size. He does get bullied by Ushapti pretty hard. Razorgore hurt charging into the Ushapti, doing some okay damage. But getting roadblocked a little bit, not quite able to make it happen the way they want. Now being given a charge order past, and then getting rear charged and surrounded. Just absolutely annihilated in moments here. With a really clean engage from the Tomb Kings. Jabber's Slife getting what little value it can get out. Not too much to write home about with this thing. Beautiful Sandstorm again. Really on point with those has been Welsh Lion. And Malagor's got 1200 value, which ain't bad, but the Tomb Kings have done a good job of clearing all the infantry. And the Ungor Raiders, yeah, they just they didn't really do enough. If you're gonna go for that style, you're gonna go really heavy into Spear Herd and Raiders against the Tomb Kings. You need to hold on two objectives. You need to go very defensive, and just do your best to hold two objectives and worry about nothing else. You want to force your opponent into the Ungor Raider firing arcs, and just focus down like the horsemen as much as possible. Shoot supportable stalkers when they start creeping up to the front lines, stuff like that. Although really the best unit here is throwing axes. I cannot recommend Synagore throwing axes enough. It can be a little dangerous to use them. But with a Chimera on the field, and also just using some really good timing to get throwing axe volleys off on big constructs like War Sphinxes, you can hammer them down pretty fast and avoid the magic from your opponent pretty easily. So Kotep is just riding around looking for any units that need to be mopped up here, really. War Sphinx is routing Slangors. We've got Necrotect and Ushapti beating up the Corn Gores, who have, they are not getting debuffed right now. Why is that? Why is the Vampires of the Sun not active? Oh, there it goes. Now it procs. And yeah, they do lose all their stats immediately. And now they're not going to really do anything. They did do alright while they were up against the Ushapti, but just not quite a match for the pressure that's being put on them here. Corngors tend to be a little bit better against cavalry. Against monstrous units and single entities, they're a little hit or miss. I actually find that Chaos Warrior halberds are a little bit better than Corngors. I bring that up because I play Khorne, so obviously you get Corngors on Khorne. Each of their halberds has a bit of a different role. I actually think if you're going to want some anti large against Tomb Kings, instead of going Corngors, what you really want to get is some Gore Bulls. Gore Bulls are really good at running down Cameroon War Sphinxes and the characters. They hit really freaking hard, and they're quite cheap, honestly, pared down to just the essentials, which is Slaughter's Call. For their only ability, they're only 1250. Yeah, it's a little bit more than 2 Corngors, but I think it's just better to have them than it is anything else. I also think that you can kind of forego a Chimera. They're fine. Again, though, the Gorbals, I think, are maybe a little bit better to go with, and then just lots of throwing axes. Really just try and use the throwing axes to punish the Ushapti as much as possible. Just hold points. Get some Zangors out here, too. Zangors are really good against, like, chaffy undead units, in my experience. Very good at holding the line. They get buffs whenever you cast spells. If you really need the anti-large, like I said, use your own single entities. I don't like the Cygor either. The only Cygor that I think is actually good is the Eye of Morsleep. All other Cygors can get bent. They're kind of bad. The Eye of Morsleep works because it's an ROR. It fires faster, it's more accurate, it has a snare as well. It is a way better combatant as well in melee once it runs out of ammo. Using the regular ones is kind of an exercise in futility. They just don't provide enough battlefield presence, in my opinion, for them to be worth it. They're cool. They're a rule of cool unit, though. I will say that. Counts vs. Empire. Cool. What's up, David? David, Daniel, everybody. I hope y'all are doing well. Yeah, let's do Nieper versus Fire Fist here. We got some Black Knights, we got some Crypt Ghouls, we got a lot of Skelly Spears and Zombies and a Corpse Cart. Very traditional build. Very strong build. Just solid all the way around. I actually do really like a Sternsman against the Empire. They're honestly not bad to throw in reserve. Just a stupidly durable unit with a really nice shield and good damage output. Kind of an annoying unit to have to get rid of. Although I see the wisdom in not bringing them all the time necessarily, because, you know, Hawklands are a thing. Many launchers do okay damage to them. Graveguard have pretty high armor, though. So they do survive this particular unit pretty well. It's really the Hawklands and the artillery you gotta worry about. Sometimes you see Sunmaker. You don't see Sunmaker too much anymore. Some people mix it in every now and then. Boris Todbringer's up in the sky with a Gold Wizard. Von Karstein Lord is out and about and gonna bully the hell out of the Empire. I love the Von Karstein Lord. I think this guy, the Struga Ghoul King, and Master Necromancer, I guess. Yeah, Master Necromancer on the Hellsteed are probably the best Lord options. I have a particular weak spot, though, for the Red Duke. I actually really love playing around with him. Whenever I play Vampire accounts, anytime I can throw him out there, I'll definitely try to. The reason you like the Von Karstein Lord against Empire, though, is Flock of Doom and Storm of the Night. Empire loves their big flying characters. Elspeth is pretty good in this matchup. Karl Franz is pretty strong, and Boris is also pretty decent. It's not really quite his cup of tea like it is other matchups, because he's not terror routing nearly as much with his debuffs. His leadership debuffs are pretty substantial, probably the best thing about him. But he does heal, so it allows you to go a little more flexible magically. Definitely some good stuff you can do with it. Hammer of the Witches opening up and hitting the Corpse Cart, definitely the right call. Want to use your artillery to punish these as much as possible, for sure. Not really much of a reason to retreat it. I mean, it's taken most of its damage from the Hammer of the Witches. I mean, maybe getting it out of range of the Hawklands is worth it, but really what needs to happen is just an engagement in the front line with the White Kings. You don't need to engage all your infantry, per se, but the White Kings getting up in here and starting to chip down the Spearmen and dropping some Scab Scraths on the secondary line so you can break through at a moment's notice would be pretty massive. Königstein Stalkers coming out. I really love Königstein Stalkers, by the way. I think they're a sneaky underrated unit because they're a skeleton with full cap weight. Check these other skeletons out. Only have the expendable amount. Grenade launchers doing their thing, just blowing up garbage. Really good at it. They're putting a lot of pressure in on Neeper's army, but Neeper's been playing very, very patiently. Crypt Ghouls are sneaking around the back here. I would actually go for something like this, and then the Blood Knights and the Black Knights, they just get ready to pounce on the Empire Knights wherever they go. And this is an anti-large Blood Knight, which I just vastly prefer. You don't need anti-infantry Blood Knights hardly ever. I think they're kind of a bad unit. Honestly, a brilliant little maneuver here. Going for a, zombie summon and then rear charging the spearmen to try and terror route them here. Although I really feel like this support could be in the back line. He could be dropping zombie summons back here a little bit more. Doing a little bit better, I think. Yeah, Empire just kind of fell asleep at the wheel here. They were not ready for this backfield dive attempt. Didn't have enough positioned in place to keep hounds off of guns. And the Silver Bullets get shut down by the Black Knights and the Blood Knights, and the Empire Knights are in a losing fight now. They just don't have the sauce to beat a Blood Knight under any circumstances, especially unsupported. Boris is also inactive and needs to get back here and start doing some stuff. Gold Wizard needs to be dropping Searing Dooms. It's your best counter to these undead cavalry right now. Empire Knights do get a good charge on the Direwolves. The Direwolves have already done their damage. They have completely shattered the Hawkland Long Rifles. It's just an absolute disaster for the Empire. Hammer the Witches is not really safe. You can see some Crypt Ghouls are still beating up on the crew here. And Empire has just got a bunch of great swords and spearmen desperately trying to get rid of all the Crypt Ghouls that are rampaging in their back line. Ooh, and the Dire Pack find the Outrider grenade launchers and take them down. Massive casualties. Neeper getting up to even with the Empire. Points not looking amazing, but here's the thing is, if you're sniping out all their range tools and you're just in a head-to-head at a distance, or, I'm sorry, not at a distance, but if you're just in a head-to-head, face-to-face fight with the Empire, most factions are out-trading the Empire in that position. State Troopers are just really poor at value trading. They can do it if they fight, like, their proper counters, but they really don't match up too well against anything. They tend to get worn out pretty badly. Their selling point is the cheapness and the cap weight of them. Blood Knights overextended in the backline. Now fighting Sterling's Revenge, Empire Knights, a lot of spears all over these guys, and the Blood Knights are going to go down. After the Black Knights already did also. Von Karstein Lord gets into the backfield, drops a zombie summon on this Empire Knight, completely stopping them up. Crypt Ghouls have honestly value traded pretty nicely back here. They've dragged down a lot of spearmen. They've helped get the cannon crew into a very vulnerable state. Von Karstein Lord's going to mop that up. Fire Fist winning on the ground, though. Beautiful final transmutation. Oh my goodness. And Boris smacking down on the White King. White King very isolated and not having a good time over here. Getting bullied so freaking badly. One Outrider grenade launcher with 540 kills. Not enough picks from Neeper. And going real heavy into the Cav. Where are the Crypt Horrors, man? I'm telling you, Crypt Horrors, people just don't respect Crypt Horrors enough anymore. You just bring like one or two Crypt Horrors and use them as just really good mass. It's crazy durable. Makes it hard for characters to get into the middle of the infantry engagements and do much of anything. So you don't want Boris getting surrounded by a Crypt Horror, because he will get absolutely stomped by those guys. Von Karstein Lord's looking for an engagement against Boris now. Could have forced one very early with Storm of the Night. There really wasn't much shooting to punish the Von Karstein Lord. He was used pretty passively early on, which isn't necessarily like a bad thing. Definitely, I think, though, maybe a bit of a missed opportunity. Good use of Charm Shield. I mean, the reason that you bring this is because it is a 17-second, 20% ward save, which is really good for the start of engagements when charge bonuses are coming into play. Really helps to keep you upright. Doubles Schwarzhoff and Surrounding Boar's Todbringer. Blood Knights on the way in. Blood Knights, yeah, going to take down this fresh Outrider Grenade Launcher. The other Outrider Grenade Launcher uses all its ammo and ends up with 1,300 value, but this one gets clapped immediately. Huge casualties on it. Blood Knights could just charge down the Sterling's Revenge and then clean up the Outriders here. There's really not much to stop their rampage. And Boris gets bullied up in the sky. This is where the Undead could flip this game around completely. I actually got a zombie that's taken the number 3. There's some great swords going to recap it. But they really don't have a whole lot defending the points, just those spearmen. And now the melee fights, like I'm saying, not a good spot for the Empire to be in. Devils of Schwarzhoffen screaming in against the Hawklands. Going straight for the dive and massacring these guys. Few spearmen interposing themselves, they will poke down Devils pretty quickly. Devils need to clean up the Empire Knights and get off the ground here. Ooh, but they just get fully committed and they're going to go down. They did get good value, but only just paying for themselves. And Boris doesn't die. He does just route off the back of the map, which is better than him dying. Because it does mean that, yeah, you're going to suffer leadership penalties. And it's going to be a little rough here for a minute. You should be able to get back into this, though, in terms of leadership, though. Just because you're not suffering a perpetual -10 for the remainder of this game. It's just going to hurt in the here and now, and there's still a good chance you can hold these points. Zombie Summon is able to break up the remaining Sterling's Revenge. This grenade launcher is active, and definitely don't want it to continue shooting much of anything. Hawklands are saved. They're getting back in this fight. 1,100 value on them. A lot of State Troopers breaking, though. This is where the State Trooper lines start to look pretty flimsy. Oh, and a beautiful breath attack on the Great Swords from the Von Karstein Lord. Oh my god. Insta-breaking them. And yeah, these zombies are going to just chase them off the objective. I mean, it's a summon, so this is exactly what you want to use them for. Is to force space. As long as there are great swords that are like stuck back here with all these other zombies, the entirety of the rest of this unit is going to keep retreating off the field. They're going to be thrown way off the map before they, or way off the objectives, really. Towards the edge of the map before they even get close to rallying here. Big leadership break. Nice Flock of Doom. A little bit of a whiff on one of these units. The most important one, the Knights of the Blazing Sun, but still hitting a lot of spearmen here, as you can see. Final Transmutation going down, going to do some good damage to the cavalry, but that's really about it. Everything else here, the infantry, really don't suffer too badly from it. And they just kind of weather the storm. Gold Wizard only has about 800 value. The lack of value out of the Metal Mask is very disappointing. Searing Doom is one of your best tools for punishing blobs and cavalry. Just haven't seen a lot of good punishes on the Blood Knights. One Blood Knight with 1,350 value is getting surrounded by Knights of the Blazing Sun and Spearmen here. Struggling mightily, but Nieper is holding the points very firmly now. He's done a good job of getting this double cap. He's got a corpse cart up on the point to provide perfect vigor to everything, which is incredible. Königstein Stalker's holding on the point now, too, with the full cap weight they have. Great outcome. Blood Knights go down, but they've held and done some pretty good damage. And very fresh Blood Knight with lances. Oh no, getting countercharged by the Royal Altar of Griffites out in the open field. Knights of the Blazing Sun from the other side. Oh no, Blood Knight's gonna die here. There's no way they survive that engagement. We need to see a huge breath attack from the Von Karstein Lord on Knights of the Blazing Sun, and then some good cycle charges onto the Royal Altar of Griffites. Blood Knights are holding. That hunger really saving their bacon here. It's being debuffed by the flaming attacks of the Knights of Blazing Sun, though. Breath attack from downtown actually doing massive damage to the Royal Altar of Gryphites. Also lowers their melee attack by 30% thanks to noxious gases. Little known benefit of those pestilential breaths and the noxious breaths for the Wood Elf Dragon also has that same effect. And Blood Knights actually break the back of the Knights of the Blazing Sun, holding in long enough here against the Royal Altar of Gryphites as well, to allow time for the State Trooper Corps to continue to be whittled down pretty slowly and efficiently. Cryptars coming out finally. I was wondering when we'd see them. They're getting on top of this Greatsword. Greatsword did rally to beat up on the zombies, but was not ready for the Cryptar to get here and finish this fight with a pretty dramatic statement. Von Karstein Lord, brilliant dive here, right onto the back of all the State Troopers and the Knights. Breaks the Knights, shatters a Spearman, Flock of Doom whittles down the remainder. This guy's got 4,200 value. This is what makes him so freaking good, man. He is so consistent at getting this much value because the Flock of Doom and breath attacks. It just provides amazing battlefield support and control. And, you know, Storm of the Night could be used again if Boris tries to come back out. Really don't envision that happening, but, you know, it's a vague possibility. Yeah, Empire Knights very smartly running away from the Cryptars. Cryptars just clown on Empire Knights in a head-to-head. Cryptars just, like, heal through the charge damage and remaining DPS from the Empire Knights at pretty low stats. And these guys have just really effective poison AP attacks. Von Karstein baddie flying around, just surveying the battlefield, looking to see where he needs to go. Really just needs to avoid getting surrounded by Royal Altar of Gryphites on the ground, and he'll be fine. He can even countercharge them if he finds a clean enough opportunity and engagement. He could maybe drop one of the remaining zombie summons on them and dive them. I don't know what the magic situation is looking like. Very close game. I don't believe that the undead need the triple cap. I think Neeper wins on the 2 cap here, but if he loses either point for even a moment, it could lose him the game. Probably going to be okay, though, because Empire Knights are getting rear charged by Cryptars, and you see the Cryptars immediately start smacking down multiple of the Empire Knight cavalry models, putting these guys into a very shallow grave. Got a lot of bodies in here, and the Königstein Stalkers continuing to be an annoying roadblock. That full cap weight is going... it's going the extra mile here in keeping the undead alive in the cap game right now. Oh my god. Crazy close game. The Empire desperately trying to grab a double cap for even a moment. I think they'll hold the #1 fine. You know, the leadership effect that they've been suffering from Boris dying has worn off, and they're holding pretty nicely in a lot of different parts of the battlefield, but they're not really focusing any one area well enough to steal it away. Getting a little bit sucked in and distracted in too many different areas. Grenade launchers just need to rock up and just drop all of their grenades into this pocket right here and try and kill them all. Shooting the zombies is nice, but the Königstein Stalkers, even as beat up as they are, probably still have more cap weight. Yeah, 2.5 cap weight versus just the 2 of this zombie. It would also spread some damage onto the Cryptars and this other zombie that's hovering out here, providing some cap weight and blah, blah, blah. Just a little bit more effective at clearing, I think. And, yeah, actually, the Empire breaks in the #1 at the last second, too, and last moment triple cap. Not that it was needed, but Neeper sealing this one with a very declarative statement. Greenskins Tomb Kings. That sounds like a good matchup. I'll check it out. Brilliantly played by both sides here. Fire Fist took a little minute in the opening to get going with his micro, and I think it kind of cost him because he, I think, just kind of fell asleep and didn't respect the fact that there are, like, stalked infantry options available to the undead. You've got to count your opponent's units. You've got to count what is and isn't in front of you so you know what might be sneaking up on your flanks. You've got to protect your flanks against factions with stalk infantry. Those crypt ghouls just completely shut down the backfield, and while the dives were a little less than optimal, they did kill all of the range tools for the Empire, and when it came down to State Trooper grind versus just hordes of undead beat State Troopers. It's just the unfortunate reality. Empire wins with combined arms, and Vampire counts win with a much more straightforward strategy of just suffocate your opponent to death. Just put a pillow over their face and choke them out. And they did that a little bit better here. But kudos to Fire Fist for staying scrappy in that one. I think if maybe you don't bring Boris and you use your magic a little bit better, then you gotta win there. Just play it a couple more times, and I think you'll be right there doing great stuff, Fire Fist. Got Greenskins Norska. We'll watch this game next, and then we'll get to that Greenskins Tomb Kings game. Really want to see what Skull Taker is able to do in round 2. Right now, though, I'm going to pause. I'm going to go get water because I'm thirsty as hell. Need to hydrate, so I'm going to do that before we continue. Hang in there, guys. No Wood Elves today. It's a pretty small tournament. It's in a, community's in a bit of a downswing right now, as it's kind of in between DLCs. The Cathay DLC was kind of nice, but they're not like the biggest faction, the most popular, so there hadn't been like a huge influx of people. I think everyone's kind of waiting for Warhammer World Cup and also the what do you call it? The End Times DLC. I don't know how I forgot that. Yeah, End Times DLC I think is what people are really waiting for. Oh, Tobias is Wood Elves. Really? Okay. Yeah, where Tobias? Where are your games, brother? Someone get him. Someone tell him to drop his replays in. I want to see him play something other than Empire. I want to see what he's able to get done. Before we get into any of that, let me go get water before I get massively distracted. When's the next World Cup? I don't remember exactly what the announcement date was. Let me look it up. Oh, the World Championship. Sorry, guys. It is Conquest. It's not Domination mode, but I do think that regardless, it's going to bring a lot of attention to the multiplayer side of things. Conquest and Domination alike, which is awesome. I think everybody should be, getting a little bit of time in both modes. Conquest is pretty fun. I wish that Conquest also had a mode where you could fight over the one objective, but with, like, reduced reinforcements. Something like that. It would be kind of cool. I don't know. I just really like the more traditional RTS style of Domination mode. So I won't be participating, but I will be watching, because I do love me some Conquest games. What is the End Time DLC? I don't know. I don't know what the End Time DLC is going to have, but that's what's coming. I mean, it's going to happen. Presumably Nagash is going to be one of the release lords. Okay, so it's Lords of the End Times, not the End Times itself. Okay, which is good, because I don't think anybody liked the End Times event. So, them going based off the characterizations, though, which people did actually kind of enjoy, great. BRB, guys. Ayo. But we're back. They had Neferata in the trailer. That's pretty cool. That would be freaking sick if they threw her out there. Neferata Nagash would make for a great addition to the game. I don't know who any of the other lords of the end times are. Like, I mean, that's Archeon's title as Lord of the End Times. Well, I don't know who else, like, fits that category. I know that people didn't really so much have a problem with, like, a lot of people had, like, pretty divided opinions on a lot of stuff with the End Times event in, like, the tabletop and some of the lore, but from what I understand, people did like a lot of the characterizations of, like, the individual, like, Chaos Lords during the End Times event. I think most of the frustrations were more like the like Order Tide coalition being kind of a mess, writing wise. Curious to see how they pull it off here. Well, I guess for a video game, since it's very freeform, there's not really a way you can mess it up. It's I think it's just gonna be really fun to have more cool characters and lords in the game, man. Just so awesome. They continue to release stuff. It's great that CA didn't get completely blown up by the Hyenas fiasco. Pretty impressive resilience on the part of them as a company to survive through that. Black Orcs are moving forward. You got one Savage Orc Error Boy and one Orc Boy. You know, 2 Savage Orc Error Boys would be better. I guess you got Rugloods here. It's fine. Savage Orc Error Boys are a little bit better against these more swarmy, aggressive factions that have, like, hounds and for, like, vampire counts who have, like, fellbats and stuff. The reason is just that Savage Orc Error Boys, they have Phys Res, and they also have really high melee attack and weapon strength, so they can actually kind of outfight some of the, like, hounds. Norscan Ice Hounds actually struggle against Savage Orcs a little bit. Spirit Leech on the Great Shaman. Pretty nice. This guy's just got Burning Head and Giver of Glory. Definitely a really nice spell kit here. Just roast down Orc Boys and the Error Boys in equal measure, and definitely put a lot of pressure on them that way. Yeah, the Rugloods, they're just getting ready to open fire. I do like Rugloods. I'm a little worried about them against Norsca, only because they can get terror routed really easily by stuff like Mammoths and Chimeras. It's kind of interesting to see Azag and a Feral Wyvern just to counter the one flyer, but I guess, honestly, if you're going to go for something like that, this is about the best combo that you could run to beat up on a Chimera, because they're so resilient against cavalry. Like, you really do need single entities to kind of hunt them. Mammoth and the Chimera, though, are anchoring really nicely together, and they're really putting a big old beat down on the Feral Wyvern here right now. Azag, though, he's doing some pretty good damage, and he's actually avoided a lot of otherwise huge weapon strength being used into him, just because there's another flyer soaking up some of the aggro. So, I mean, Azag very well could be dead by now if it were just him alone in this fight. Adding another single entity in the mix has made it a little bit more even. Marauder Bearmen just fighting Black Orcs and regular old Orc Boys holding the line, doing their thing, being annoying. Absolutely insane HP pulls. This one has lost like 2,000 HP. They've lost the same amount of HP as the Orc Boys. They've just got so much more that they're just outlasting them. The Wa is going to even that fight out a little bit, though. It does look like the Norskins are struggling a little bit right now, especially in the Lord department. Oh, Lord getting sniped here. The War Shrine Mammoth gets blasted by the errors. Rugloods with 1,500 value, Morgrubs with only about 400, and Savage Orc Boys about 400. You just can't leave your big mammoths in front of missiles like that. Such a big target. Got to be able to attack this backline a little bit better if you're going to be going for this strategy. One of the big issues for Norsca here is that they've got a lot of units tied up on just like 1 or 2 things. Like, they've got all of their horsemen, like, very stuck up behind their front line and very blobbed up, so they're not shooting very effectively. There are a lot of obstructed models in here that just aren't doing anything. If they were getting clean volleys off, then they probably could have killed Azag by now. Probably could have been whittling down the Rugloods as well, and maybe you can be a little bit better about your positioning with the Marauder Bearmen here to get around the flank. Just gonna Ice Wolves, you're going for the dive. Everything else being equal, you know, the Norskins have not done badly. But they went for a really expensive Mammoth. Those Mammoths are a really fun, good unit, but they're very vulnerable to the range play. So you just have to avoid being hit by the infantry bow fire, because it's a big battlefield. You don't have to engage onto the Rugloods or anything. You can just play the outside points. Walk your Mammoth around your own backline. If the Greenskins just stay in the center and they don't support the sides well, then you can just outvalue them with better mobility. So here's one more thing to ask yourself, Skull Taker. You've got 3 horsemen here. It's a lot, including an ROR. With a Kurgan horseman to back that up. Only 4 infantry units. Guys who are line holders, not like DPS. Bearmen are not like overpowered because they're a DPS unit. It's because they're a really good line holder that's impossible to get rid of quickly for a lot of factions. And they scale really crazily into the late game because of their ITP and the rage mechanic. But you're vastly outnumbered in the front line. Your opponent's got stuff like Black Orcs. This fight does not favor you. Your opponent went for a really heavy infantry corps with just a couple of single entities to try and bully yours. Your build perfectly suited for playing the outside points with just a couple of Bearmen to help hold each side. If your opponent fully commits to one objective to try and take it from you, you just pull your troops off of that point and then rotate to the other side to try and pick away at your opponent's supporting units. And then you can just outmaneuver your opponent and kind of drag them through the mud a little bit better. I do like Berserkers and the reinforcements. Champs are good reinforcements. Good number of Ice Wolves. I do like the Kurgan Horsemen. Fimir great weapons, I'm not so sure on. I do like the double Skin Wolves. Double Skin Wolves rock, so absolutely bring them all the time. The only time you don't want to bring Skin Wolves is against the Chaos factions, I would say. The Chaos factions are pretty good against Skin Wolves, period. For the price of the Fimir Great Weapon, honestly, an Ice Wolf Chariot, man. I mean, Ice Wolf Chariots are a great unit still. They've got a lot of armor, good leadership, high weapon strength, crazy charge bonus with good mass, also has rage, causes fear, a little missile that isn't great but does something. I mean, this would be your other unit to clear out a lot of the infantry. Mammoths are really good as war shrines because they provide the leadership buff. And, what is it? The Physres and Vigor replenishment aura. But they don't actually clear out infantry all that effectively. They're good against elites, but not more basic infantry, and they need to be charging all the time. Ice Wolf Chariots are similar, but honestly a little easier to utilize. And they're a lot faster. lot safer than having your lord on some big monster that can just get blasted into oblivion. I actually think this is a Wulfric matchup. Wulfric on his horse with just, actually think Hunter of Champions is good. Hunter of Champions and Seafang. Everything else you can just save on him, and he just looks for good Seafangs. Drops Hunter of Champions to lower armor, speed, melee defense, and then you like use your horsemen to like shoot everything to death, or surround with skin wolves and rip them apart. You don't need to go too hard into the Lord as Norska. Against the Greenskins, they can bring some death magic, but it's not super likely. And Wulfric matches up pretty favorably with a lot of the characters. He may not be able to like just outright kill somebody like Grom or anything, but he's more than a match for the Night Goblin War Boss as long as you don't get netted and rampaged by him. He can kill Wurzag pretty easily. Wurzag's a very bad fighter, even on his piggy. Gorbad is a little bit of a tough fight, but you just kind of kite Gorbad out. Like, Wulfric just is great because you don't have to engage with him. Like, Wulfric has other ways of accruing value. Like, simply by existing and being fairly inexpensive and having a great wind vortex ability with a good anti-hero debuff, that's kind of all you need in a package for a Lord for Norska, where they've got so many other cost-effective tools on the roster. You can totally get away with just running that and utilizing it to its fullest extent. Something else to consider if you're not going for the Mammoth, because I don't really know if the Mammoth is all that good. Cursed Etten. These guys are actually kind of a menace. They are really, really freaking durable. I mean, they got 100 leadership, 14,000 HP. Alright, whatever, the armor's kind of low, but they have good weapon strength, melee attack, charge bonus, some missile resist, spell resist. They got a heal when they start getting low, and also buffs up their weapon strength more. And early, they've got this Betrayer perk, which is actually pretty good with speed, devastating flanker, and yielding assault. Also, something that can beat up on chimeras, you know, off the or feral wyverns. If your opponent wants to try and land with the wyvern to get after Wulfric, you can just run back to the Cursed Etten, and the Etten can just like slap down those wyverns. It's also got Strider, which is kind of cool. These things are really fun. I like them. Cursed Etten Runecaller isn't even bad. Just, the regular Cursed Ettins are just better fighters, and that tends to be a little bit more effective than like the few bound spells, which are okay. This is like a support beast, though. Good against units and factions that have like tons of ethereals and whatnot. Not really the Greenskins MO. Anyways. Oh, you sent him, Tobias? Thank you, brother. Yeah, I see him now. Let's watch a couple of Tobias games. I'll just keep downloading all these other replays here. We got a lot to get through. Try and get through them as quickly as possible. Oh, we got a corn game? No freaking way. No freaking way. Gotta see it. Dude, people sending me all kinds of replays that they are talking up like crazy, which is awesome to see. Here's that corn game, though. I really want to watch some corn, because I want to advise and help people with my personal #1 faction a bit. I do like this build. I like the corn opening. Hellforge Bellowers is always really strong. Regular Hell Cannons I find to be perfectly acceptable against them, though. And oftentimes I find for me even preferable than the Hellforged Bellowers. Regular Skull Cannons counter War Wagons pretty hard, which is nice. It's a little bit more of an aggressive build from Khorne, though. It's trying to, like, run down the Empire army and just kind of brutalize them. Gate of Khorne, Cultist, and Herald Khorne. Herald Khorne. Hell yes. He's got Banner of Hellfire, Locus of Wrath, and Tormentor's Sword. Cut Banner of Hellfire. This sucks. It's not good. Just Locus of Wrath and Tormentor's Sword is fine. This just doesn't do enough. I mean, if it were not on a 120-second cooldown or on like a 60-second cooldown, then it would be worth it, but it's just never going to actually get you that much value. It's a very weird thing. Hammer of the Witches, getting some good shots in on our boy Skull Taker. You just gotta dodge the cannon. It's actually pretty straightforward to dodge cannons. Because, you know, they're fairly long range, yeah, but they fire really slowly, and you can see them fire and hear them fire from so far out. As long as you're paying decent attention, you can usually just avoid any of the incoming damage. To do something like this, just cap a point for free. Hounds of the Blood Hunt going all the way out to the flank. They are visible, though. Gotta be careful. Don't want them to overextend and get caught out. Furies are going to go for a dive attempt here, it looks like. This is not how you want to dive artillery. Classic new player mistake. You're used to people not being so good at controlling their units and pre-positioning them. These Furies are going to get a dive directly onto the Hergig Jaeger Corps here, but a really good counter charge, excellently done by Fire Fist. Although the charge ends up being a little limp, doesn't pile into combat as effectively as they should. Oh man, the Furies are ripping up the Hergig Jaeger Corps right now. Big damage going down on those guys. And a 22 models, losing a lot of HP. But alive at the end of it. And Fury's here engaging. Oh my god, they do not want to fight Boris for this very reason. Boris does apply all of his psychological effects to these guys. You can see they start crumbling very early, and very hopeful dive. Too aggressive, man. I mean, like, yeah, you're going to kill some of the cannon crew, but they're going to still have some of those arty pieces on deck. And this is a 1,000 gold unit that you're throwing back here. If you went in all at once, like, everything pushing in one go, like getting your infantry up, Bellowers hitting the front line with the Cultist, Khorngors sliding in on the approach as well, and then committing the Furies and the Hounds, you could 100% overwhelm this Empire position. This is way too static of an Empire army to fight Khorne. Khorne just loves beating the shit out of the Empire. Khorne can fully stuff the Empire off of objectives and just win off of double caps. It's very doable. This opening dive has been a little bit chaotic. It has definitely not worked out amazingly for Khorne, but they've done just enough damage, I think, to maybe make this work. And wow, look at this. The Empire is unsummoning the Hammer of the Witches. That's a big mistake. Oh, he's doing it because some of the artillery pieces died. It's still two cannons. It's still worth holding on to. Herald is going deep, trying to get after the Hellstorm rocket battery, and Khorne's going for the triple cap. Pushing their Marauders in. Cultists are chilling. Cultists could throw down a Bloodletter summon, I think, by this point. Definitely want to get on this Hawk and Long Rifle back here. Hellforged Bellowers, it's just fighting Boris. That's just not a good engagement for it. It's not, like, terrible in melee combat. It's better than regular Skull Cannons against other SCs, but Boris is just going to keep thumping this thing, and it's just not going to out-heal him. Although now the Bloodweight Berserkers are in, and they're a very strong counter to somebody like Boris, and he's actually getting very distracted. So the Hellforge Bellers has avoided some hits, and is actually starting to rack up some good healing, and getting that leadership a little bit closer to stabilized, and Boris is getting manhandled right now by the Bloodweight Berserkers. You cannot leave single entities on top of these guys. They love feasting upon expensive SEs. Herald is attracting a lot of aggro back here, and the Hellstorm Rocket Battery has been saved, but only barely by something. Bloodletter Summon killing some Spearmen. Honestly, not bad. I mean, the Furies get in on the Hawklands and are doing some good work. Herald happily fighting. Hellforge Bellower's very healthy. Fat shot right in on the very beat-up Hergy Giger Corps and just kills the entire unit. It just killed, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 models. 10 of the remaining guys. And force the others to break. Cultist actually beats up on the Gold Wizard. Is now getting into the other Hawkland long rifle. And a fat horde of Marauders. And the Bloodweight Berserkers now overrunning the gun line of the Empire. This is the problem with the Empire against Khorne. If you go full mobility, it can still be really hard to win this matchup. If you go for a very, like, traditional Empire build, and you're trying to fight Khorne 1v1 across the board, they are going to beat the snot out of you, because Marauders raffle stomp Empire State Troopers. Furies beat all of the mobility down, and any of the isolated gun units and artillery units. Wrathmongers, like, hard counter any of your heavy-hitting cavalry, and Khorngors are also there to do the same. God, the Bloodweight Berserkers are so freaking cool. Buddy is... Oh my god, he lost his head, too. Having a bad one. This guy's getting mogged right now. He's like, I can't fucking believe this, guys. Can you believe this shit? It's the face of a man regretting his choices. Never should have put on the floppy hat and fancy pants. Oh, yeah, the Greenskins Tomb Kings game. Thank you for reminding me. I kind of forgot about it. We can get into it. Khorne Herald got some decent value. Khorne Herald is low-key really good. Mini Skull Taker. Dude, these Blood Thrones with extra... Like, Blood Shrines themselves, like the individual unit of Blood Shrines for Khorne. These things. Not really even a bad unit. Just a little bit vulnerable to low leadership crumbling. The reason Skull Taker is so freaking good is because he's on a really strong mount, and he buffs his melee attack and leadership up to a massive degree. Into a position where with Skull Taker's like buffs and debuffs and like all the other cool things that he just does better than everyone else, he's a real nightmare to handle. But the Herald also buffs with Revel and Slaughter and the Totem of Endless Bloodletting. It will... Oh yeah, because it's not on the front. LOL. But yeah, you can see Revel, Totem. He's also got the Encourage. And his leadership is not too far behind Skull Taker. I mean, he's got 10 less, but it's still pretty significant. Still pretty nice. He's got the Locus of Wrath and Tormentor's Sword, which are really good in tandem with one another. Tormentor's Sword to force the enemy to halt. Locus of Wrath to get your guys just buffed up into that stratosphere with 40 melee attack. Huge radius on it as well. 55 meters is reach out and touch someone kind of distance. For 25 seconds, everything that you have in that aura is going to just absolutely brutalize your opponent viciously. Excuse me. All that being said, I mean, he's a great character, one that gets consistently underrated. I would go so far as to say even. Where is it? Here we go. Anderland and Welsh Lion. Oh yeah, here we go. Double Black Orc Big Boss with Grom just raw dogging this matchup with no magic. No magic against Tomb Kings is honestly not really even that bad of a choice. I mean, it's not great. I mean, you do want your magic, but honestly, the Big Wa and the Little Wa really aren't that good against the Tomb Kings. I mean, Brain Burst is a pretty good damage spell against the Chaff. But, your buff spells are not that good against the Tomb Kings. I don't know, I think I'd still want to cast her, but a double Black Orc Big Boss is sending a message. And they do have Rabble Rouse, so there's not going to be any terror routes or anything around them, and they're contributing it to pretty much everything in this army right now. A couple odds and ends aren't getting it. Mogrub's Mangy Marauders are out on the field. Definitely gotta keep them away from the Horse Archers. But shooting the Sphinx and the Necrotect with the Mogrubs, absolutely something that you want to do here, because these guys, they do a lot of damage. Very, very powerful skirmish unit with a ton of AP. Very efficient. Skeleton Horse Archers picking off one model at a time on the Mogrubs right now, which is very bizarre behavior. I am not sure what's going on with their targeting priority. Taking out 4 of the Mogrubs, but that's it. Nothing too fancy there. Grom is on the high ground. We got the Foot Archers moving forward for the Greenskins. They'll be able to box the Skeleton Horse Archers away from the Mogrubs pretty easily. The Skeleton Catapults, though. Screaming Skulls hammering pretty effectively against the Black Orcs there. Ooh, and a brilliant little Sandstorm from Katep. Just a nice cheeky one to get these guys nice and low. Now Ruglad's going to be the focus of the artillery fire for the Tomb Kings. Good choice. Oh, double Screaming Skull, actually. Super fun. I do love a good Screaming Skull catapult. And honestly, this is one of the few artillery pieces where I think going double on them is pretty consistently worth it. I think that single arty is oftentimes just best because you're not over-investing into it. But artillery with the leadership debuffing effects are stupidly powerful, and especially in a matchup like this, against a low-ish leadership faction, make a big difference for your value trading, which is ultimately what the Tomb Kings want to do. Tomb Kings want to value trade their opponent off the field. It's what they're best at. It's kind of what they need to do with how bad their infantry is. They're not winning any beauty contests, really. Good overlapping fire, making for a pretty rough go for these Savage Orc Error Boys and the Ruglads. You can see they're both very, very low HP, and the Rusty Errors are also a little too bunched up in here. They're taking a lot of collateral damage. You got to be very careful in positioning, guys. Ooh, a few more shots landing in, killing a few more models. Orc Boar Boys catching one of the Skeleton Horse Archers, but Mogrub's Mangy Marauders getting shot down, and the Sphinx is not doing too badly. It's definitely taking some damage, but it's hanging in here. Necrotect is in, debuffing with Vambraces. You know what he's good at. He's just having a good old time with it. Wa going down, buffing up the Black Orcs to the stratosphere. Really holding nicely with that immovable bulwark ability active. Making it really tough for the Ushabti to actually find value here. And the Orc Boys are holding pretty nicely too. Grom is just staying right next to his fellas to give language of the boys to everything. Does have Lucky Banner also. Archers are still firing, and they have done some pretty good work. That Sphinx is very, very, very low now. In the danger zone for sure. But I think Welsh is going to be okay, because he really has punished the missiles pretty hard. And what we've seen before with the Tomb Kings is that they can build up ranged units even into the mid to late game. And still value trade you off the field. They just need cap weight to take advantage of their opportunities to actually steal and hold points. And Welsh Lion actually has the numbers in here. He's clearly got horse archers. He's got some skeletons. Even if they've got bad cap weight, it's something. You can always just spam them up onto the points if he needs to. I like his chances here. It's going to be a tough one, though. Greenskins have a lot of juice left in the tank. They've taken casualties, but they do have a value lead, even if it's a little bit of a deceptive one, I would say. I think it's enough of one that they're in a position where they are not in a truly awful spot right now. Just one that's a little bit challenging. It's survivable and very winnable. Great catapult fire up into those poor Black Orcs. Huge damage going down on those guys now from the Screaming Skulls. But Grom is still here, and you can see their leadership is just rock solid because of that. And there's no worries, rabble rouse, language of the boys, leadership buffs, encourage, anything and everything. 64 melee defense on those guys still. Honestly, not getting, like, inconsequential value. Like, they are genuinely getting value. So Ushabti are moving up. The Ushabti summon is about to go down. Just a few more seconds on that. 9 and counting. Ooh, I think the Screaming Skull Catapult just double tapped the Necro Sphinx in the back. These things can do big damage to single entities if they hit them square, and I think they did in fact hit their own guy. Necro Sphinx is going to start pulling back. Yeah, Welsh Lion is swinging back the value pretty aggressively. The reason Anderland had a lead is because he was murdering the Sphinx of Uskef there for a minute. But he's doing a good job of keeping it alive here in the late game for the time being. Stone Trolls, though, and some Savage Orcs found a very isolated Ushabti. This Ushabti over-pursued some Boar Boys that it was beating up on. Or are they? I think the Boar Boys have already, like, routed way back. Oh my goodness, a Doom Diver Catapult came in and got iced by the Carrion. Wait, it was... how long has this Doom Diver been out here? Oh my god. It's actually got a lot of value. I think it might have been camping the Sphinx of Uskef as well. Tomb Kings with a lot of shooting, and this catapults... great value. 1,300, 800. They've already paid for themselves. Everything on top of that is gravy. They sure do have a lot of gravy already. Just keep firing into this. Eventually, you're going to break this all down. It's going to be a little tough, though, man. The Greenskins are just staying so scrappy, and they're just able to put out, like, really good cap weight that can really just wear down the Tomb Kings. And these caps are just so hard to come by. They're so difficult. If the Greenskins unblob a little bit off of the Ushabti and the Necrotect here, I think they'd even be better off. Like Black Orcs, the big bosses, and just like a Savage Orc at a time should be a pretty good way of beating down and tar pitting the Necrotect. And the Black Orcs could just kind of move forward and roadblock off the objective and force the catapults to like hard focus it in a position where each shot is maybe a little bit less effective with each impact. Because the Greenskins are just super blobbed up here. And it's given the relatively inaccurate skeleton catapults tons of opportunities to just land devastating blow after devastating blow. You see Anderlin's really starting to fall behind, and Welsh Lion is got to be chortling a little bit to himself at this point, because he's really put his opponent into a bad position. And is threatening to completely overwhelm him. He kept his Skeleton Horse Archer Corps very healthy. And they've just been consistently poking down Orc Boarboy Biggins and Wolf Riders and Goblin Wolf Riders and everything the Greenskins throw out mobility-wise. Biggins are trying to get Kotep. Kotep is retreating, really wants to use Usirians here if he's got one. Some Skeleton Horsemen getting in to kind of intercept, but not doing a great job of it. Really need all these guys to get out there just to keep Kotep alive, because you don't want to lose your Lord. It's not the end of the world as Tomb Kings, but it does hurt. It's just better not to have to suffer the ill effects of it. Yeah, good Usirians out of Kotep. He's going to get some good value off that. You can see it's trickling up 10 at a time. Still has about 8 seconds. We got about 200 value out of that. And he uses Nerus on himself. And see, this is why Nerus is so good. Instead of eating like the 40-something damage with each of these halberd swings from these pig riders, he only takes about 12. And now he's just gonna try and run away again. Still gets caught up a little bit. Really painful. Need him to get out of there. The Mogrubs are back in, but they're getting pounded by the catapults, and they're probably going to rout here in a minute. One more good impact should send them running for their lives. One didn't kill any models, so they're still hanging in there. Poor boy Biggins getting shot up. It's going to be another Usirians there, and you can see how quickly he can cast it, too. It's on a pretty short cooldown of 38 seconds. That's another really nice thing about it. Beautiful Sepulchral Stalker ambush here. Push them up, use them to get a couple of nice volleys on the guys surrounding Kotep, and now they're going to finish up these guys here. Important to note, so you can definitely bully Sepulchral Stalkers with stuff like Boarboy Biggins, but you have to break their bracing first because they do have Charge Reflect. With Charge Reflect against large targets, they can actually really shred anybody who engages them unwarily like that. The best thing you can do to engage Sepulchral Stalkers is just get like a reasonably fast infantry unit or foot character to start charging them down. Force them to interact with that character and then go for the attack with your anti-large cav. Because then you can get a good charge in on these guys. And the burst damage kind of overwhelms the mediocre melee defense on these guys, and their damage output in melee is really low without that Charge Reflect. Turbo, like, speed running units killing themselves. You can also work around the Reflect by just catching them while they're on the move. They're really short range, so you can just, like, kind of tease them forward a little bit. Like, they try to set up for shots, and then you, like, turn around and, like, wheel and deal into them as they're moving forward a little bit unwarily. There's a lot of ways to play around them. Tomb Kings are a faction that you beat by making use of tremendous amount of finesse. And the Greenskins are not necessarily the most finesse-heavy faction. You know, they do kind of want to just run in and start smacking you in the face, but that does work against Tomb Kings as well. I just don't think they quite face-check the Tomb Kings the same way that somebody like Khorne does. Khorne can legitimately stuff the Tomb Kings back like they can with, like, Empire or something. Is a little bit tougher, I would say, just because Tomb Kings do have a lot of really good shooting. That's a little bit safer than Empire shooting from Khorne units, but that's neither here nor there for the Greenskins. It's like a similar equation. They just want to get up on the objectives and start value trading as soon as possible. Not doing abysmally, but they could definitely stand to get a little bit more punching power out here and just try and get these Ushabti off of the points. They really need to force back the Tomb King's monstrous infantry. It might be a good idea to even maybe send a Savage Orc up to clear out the Spearman and the Skeleton Warrior up here, because one Savage Orc would be able to kill both those units. Fortunately, they're forced to be summoned out to the number 3, and the low ground, I mean, it's just been such a scrappy fight down here. It's kind of hard to pull back sometimes when you've been fighting so intensely over one single objective. Black Orc Big Boss with about 1,000 value. The other one has gone down, unfortunately. Grom only has about 800 value. This is why I was a little bit worried about seeing Grom. I mean, if you've got the double Black Orc Big Boss, get yourself a little Goblin Wolf Rider caster, just with the little Wah. You go Sneaky Stabbin' and Vindictive Glare. Vindictive Glare you can use to, like, snipe Kotep, because Kotep's actually pretty vulnerable to Vindictive Glare. Does a lot of damage to him because he has, like, no armor. Also use Gorkle Fix-It to debuff speed on Tomb King's mobility, to, like, force engagements out of their horsemen when they don't want to get caught by boar boys. I think you run that and the double Black Orc Big Boss, and I actually think you have a build here, like a really good build, too. The problem is that Grom, despite applying his ITP aura in a pretty big area, and, you know, generally being pretty good against, like, infantry, he just gets stuck in cavalry like crazy in this matchup. Like, Tomb Kings are so good at tar pitting, like, otherwise high-mass characters, and they're, like, crappy cavalry and never letting them go. I mean, Grom is desperately trying to push away from a bunch of skeleton horsemen to get to the middle and help his boys out. And instead, he's just completely surrounded, doing whatever the hell it is that he's trying to do right now. Taking literal ages to snail push his way through. Stone Trolls is some great value, and a Black Orc unit still on the field. Rock solid, hold to the bitter end type of unit, doing what they do best. More Orc Boys and more Savage Orc Boys. This is where the Greenskins just win because Tomb Kings have bad cap weight. I actually think Welsh Lion could have won this game, but I think he was a little too slow moving his Skeleton Warriors from the high ground. Oh, but he saves it! Just barely has enough cap weight to stop it from flipping. Wow, he moves his Skeleton Horseman in at the last second. Grom gets on this point. Mogrubs rocking up. They have 4 cap weight. It'd be nice to see expendable cavalry units go down to 2 cap weight as well. A lot of factions overemphasize these like cheap cavalry units as cap weight in the late game, and I think it is kind of stupid. I don't love it. I think it's fine for the Tomb Kings because they just have bad cap weight on all their infantry anyways. So it's kind of like actually a nice little balancing thing for them. But, like, jeez Louise. Okay, everything's happening at once here. Looks like Kotep is dying here at the end, perhaps. But, like, Goblin Wolf Riders, Hobgoblin Cavalry for the Chaos Dwarves. I think they could all stand to have expendable cap weight, to be honest. I don't think it would really change much about them as factions, fundamentally anyways. I just think it would be good so that there's a little bit less of a situation in the late game where you can just throw out like a bunch of like Wolf Riders and Forest Goblin Spider Riders to like hold points. And just, like, keep your opponent from winning a game that they're outvaluing you in. Which is something that doesn't happen too often, but is a possibility at times. I think it would just be a small little change that makes it a little less likely that that happens. This one was close, got semis, but would love advice. I don't know, I mean, not really too much advice to be had. I mean, it was very decently played by both sides. I just think Greenskins blob their infantry a little too much on the middle objective when the Screaming Skull catapults are out on the field, and if they avoid doing that, I don't know if the catapults clear the bodies off as effectively. But, I mean, you know, a win's a win. It was well done, and Welsh Lion, I don't think there's really any notes. I think he just got a little unlucky with the timing on his infantry rotating down to the middle point. I don't think he stuffed back the Greenskins reinforcements enough. Like, just with his cavalry, like when he grabbed that middle point, he could have pushed things forward a little bit more to keep units off the points entirely, which is more valuable for the Tomb Kings than any other faction. You know, other factions want to fight on points. Tomb Kings want to fight just off of them once they've capped them. So they want to just force their opponents to have to move around them to get on the objectives and start capping. So they get out capped by pretty much everyone otherwise. I had to go to the bathroom, so I'm going to be back in a few minutes. And then we'll get right back into some more games. Boop. BRB, guys. Alright, we're good to go. I'm ready, guys. So, jump out, jump in. Let's watch us an epic, proclaimed epic final round 5 game here. We shall see how true this really is. And we've got KOTJ with Eltharion, a staunch line of spears, some archers, a couple skirms, against Anderland with his big ol' Watide. A lot of Savage Orc Arrow Boys and some Ruglets as well. Ruglet's always good. Savage Orc Arrow Boys okay against the High Elves. Like, reasonably long range and, like, good damage output, you know, I mean, they equal the Illyrian Reaver archers at least, so they can kind of help keep those guys at bay a little bit. They do get outranged pretty badly by the High Elf archers, though, like, just the foot archers. 180 meter range versus 140. Does give time for the High Elves to get about 2 volleys off, for the Greenskins have got 1 off. That can make all the difference in those long-range duels. These guys do have Fizzras, though, so they can survive it a little bit better than standard Orc Arrow Boys, at the least. Forest Goblin Spider Riders coming up, Mogrubs out on the field, ready to go, and to try and poke somebody like Eltharion. Now, Eltharion's not a super vulnerable target for Vindictive Glare, because this really doesn't do that much damage in terms of, like, armor piercing unless you upgrade it, and then your miscast chances, you know, might get your little Night Goblin Shaman into a position where he's blown himself up. These guys have really low leadership, so the last thing you want is for them to be miscasting a bunch. Eltharion, he eats the damage. It really wasn't all that much. He uses an Apo and then uses Fang Sword to land. Is he going to get a big hit in on this guy? Ooh, he misses his attack. Brutal. Unlucky for Eltharion. He's going to have to get up off the ground now. A lot of archers, all of them turning attention to try and focus fire him down. KOTJ, just need to fly him into the trees here. And just wait for a minute. Just fly him into the forest and force your opponent to use some of their ammo against him. They'll keep shooting at him, they just won't be able to hit him while he's in the trees. And think about using a Soul Quench, maybe. Just to, like, hit the Ruglets or something. Could actually do some good work. Vindictive Glare misses. Oh, and an Arcane Forging gonna come down. That's actually really smart. But Eltharion keeps missing his attacks, and he is getting absolutely pummeled with the arrows. Those volleys right there did some really disgusting work against our boy. Arcane Forging is going to push the Night Goblin Shaman back, and I think he's honestly well enough away from the front line to not even worry about it at this point. Because what you need to do now is have Eltharion come in and tear out some of these positions, especially the Goblin positions. Oceanids moving in, getting on top of Gobos and the Black Orcs, and they'll be able to hold here. Black Orcs are not going to be able to kill Oceanids any faster than the other way around, so it's a bit of a wet noodle contest. Which is really nice, because there's a lot of units tied up here now for the Greenskins. Eltharion with a beautiful Apo. Mistwalker Barrage is going to do a crap load of damage here when it comes in. Where's it going to land? A little bit on the outside, but still hammers the Black Orcs pretty nicely. Does enough damage to the Goblins to actually force a terror out here. Eltharion looking pretty clean, having a good time. Vindictive Glare coming down. A little bit of damage on Eltharion. Still nothing too wild. He's fairly healthy. He's got plenty of Apos that he can use on himself. He needs to get down here and hit Grom the Paunch now. Grom definitely needs to be hard countered here. Eltharion is definitely the kind of character who can bully him. Don't be too afraid to engage these Chariot characters. Chariot characters, they can sometimes be okay at dueling other single entities. Grom can do it when he's got Lucky Banner active, but otherwise he really just wants to terrorize infantry as much as possible. Looks like the Oceanids are getting worn out. Oceanids are just fighting way too much at this point. Black Orcs haven't really done too much. But the Boarboy Big and Cav have done a good job of getting in there and cleaving through them fairly effectively. Number 3 objective is held by the High Elves, and they got a ton of cavalry moving out onto the flanks. Illyrian Reavers everywhere on the field now. Archers and just the melee variant. Vindictive player again. Not bad damage against the Illyrian Reaver Cav. Actually took quite a few models out. 5 or 6 of those guys, in fact. Yeah, Illyrian Reavers screaming in from the flank, but they're getting mucked up a little bit by the Gobos and the Orc boys there. Do you get on top of the armored boys, though? Orc boys and Goblins breaking through the front line is a big problem, but this could be the great equalizers. If KOTJ kills Grom, there is nothing that the Greenskins will be able to do to stop the High Elves from swinging back pretty hard. I mean, the only thing holding the High Elves back, the value trading's close enough that they can start to rally here. They just need like a couple of decent damage dealers on the ground, like some Blades of Hoeth or something, to get in and start really slapping down the Black Orcs who are anchoring the point. All the chaff really isn't going to be too dangerous against them. And they can win on the outside if they just keep surrounding the Boarboy Biggins. Boarboy Biggins are a decently resilient unit, but they can definitely falter at times when they get surrounded by cavalry that have like reasonably decent combat stats. The Illyrian Reavers are not like breaking any records for like overall stats. Well, they are pretty reasonably well situated. Mistwalker Barrage hammering some Savage Orcs. Eltharian's real low, man, and lacking any kind of counter to the Savage Orc Air Boys is proving to be a bit of a problem. You got all these squigs hopping in to support this push by the Goblins, and yeah, just a lot of Goblins and Squig Herd. Overrunning the archer positions, which is very painful. High Elves can ill afford to lose their archers right now, and Eltharian barely hanging on is not really a great sign. He's gotta Apo himself. Boarboy Biggins, honestly getting some good value out here all by their lonesome. Fighting some pretty isolated engagements. Somehow making it work. Here's the Blades of Hoeth, finally on the way in, but I am a little worried now, because there are Squig Herds, and the Boarboys are really building up. Like, they could probably slaughter every single remaining infantry unit on the field, just at their current HP pool, because they're just that good in melee combat. But if they're getting cycle charged, they're going to fall apart, because that is something that elite infantry just don't like. They don't hold up too well against that kind of pressure. Eltharian broke, but now he's rallied. He's definitely going to want to use another Apo on himself, but I think he should prioritize one for the Blades of Hoeth here, ASAP. Blades of Hoeth are going to get rid of these chaffy units. They need to just finish up the Squig Herd. Squig Herd have gotten way too much value here. Oh my god, they got 900 value. Huge work by the Squig Herd. Getting dive bombed by Eltharian. Eltharian holding with the Blades of Hoeth now. A lot of Orc boys. And Savage Orc boys just completely overrunning the field. How the hell is KOTJ gonna get back in this one? Don't know if he is. I mean, Sisters are clearing some units. Blades of Hoeth are... yeah, we're gonna have to fight an awful lot here. Eltharian wheeling around, and his Mistwalker Barrage is going to proc. See how much damage it does to the cavalry here. Big damage. Big deeps, and the Fireborn get in. Terror out. Oh, baby. Uh-oh. Comeback time? I mean, the High Elves are holding their #1 objective, too. Savage Orc Boar Boys charging the front of some spears. They're gonna really regret that decision in a moment here. Like, okay, you got some Fizz Res, but you got bad damage output against a unit that is actually in a fight that it can win for a change. Spearmen are normally just really garbo. There, though, they actually have some teeth. Blades of Hoth could do with an Apo. Eltharion is looking a lot healthier. I don't think he really needs one right now. He's going to be trying to get over to help these guys out. Vindictive Glare on the way in, and it makes a little bit of contact with him. About 300 damage going in on our boy. We're about to see another Mistwalker's Barrage. This could be a make-or-break moment. There's 3 units blobbing up around Eltharion. This is a good time for an Apo on himself. Blades of Hoth are just going to have to do whatever they can do. They are in a perfect fight right now, though. They're clearing out a lot of units. Big damage from that Mistwalker Barrage. Yep, about 300 value out of that there. And Fireborn with a crushing charge into the Savage Orc Boar Boys and the Savage Orcs, and a huge terror route incoming. All the mobility for the Greenskins gone now. Lyran Reavers mopping up some units on the field. Sisters of Avalorn just firing whatever they can. Archers there. Ship's Company on the way back in. And that really didn't do anything. Kind of missed. Mistwalker Barrage not very effective there. Kind of missed the Savage Orcs. And Fireborn moving over to charge down the Black Orcs. Ooh, and surround Grom. Uh-oh, Grom is in big trouble here. He was beating up on the Blades of Hoth. Blades of Hoth are still grinding it out. They've got 49 models left. Low on HP, yeah. Losing stats, sure. Still a rough and tumble unit, ready to give it their all. Oh, and Grom is down to 400 HP, barely escaping. Fireborn trying to finish him, chasing him hardcore. Swamp Things on the way in are going to be a bit of an issue. The Blades of Hoth, I think, are at the end of their rope here, although they've held pretty nicely. Greenskins did cap that point. High Elves are somehow staying with it. I mean, they're just desperately trying to make this game work. Oh, and a brilliant Mistwalker Barrage. Destroying that Savage Orc Boar Boy. Just let them rat off the field at this point. Shattered. It's going to take them ages to get back in the pool. It might not see them until the end of the game, honestly. And Fireborn are still hammering. Taking down some Squig Herd. KOTJ with a nice second wind here. Lyran Reaver Archers on the way in to poke Grom, and they do a bunch of damage to him. Very accurate shots right there. Black Orcs are here and existing. Spearmen and Ship's Company fighting the Swamp Things. Swamp Things need to be killed. They need to go, because they're going to tear out all these High Elf infantry in a moment if they aren't handled and dealt with. A lot of error boys here. What is Eltharion doing hovering up here? Is he going to drop a Soul Quench? No, doesn't look like. He's just YOLO diving. Oh, pops Helm of Everest. Recharging a little bit of the Mistwalker's Barrage. Tanks are not really doing anything for him. Oh, did Grom die? Oh my god, Grom died. Oh no, huge leadership problems, I think. Wait, no, Grom is not dead? Oh, Grom shattered, okay. Grom shattered off in the corner over here. He's about to run off the field. High Elf's going to recap that #1 point. They have the #3. They've got plenty of time to find a way to get the #2. Anderland has supplies. Blades of Hoth come in for a last gasp. The 5 models that remain just YOLOing their lives away into the Black Orcs. Black Orcs holding really nicely. A lot of blobbed up units here. Man, one good Mistwalker Barrage out of Eltharion could break all of those units. He's just too low to risk, though. I mean, just landing him in the forest like that is actually probably the safest thing you can do. Use this beat-up Illyrian Reaver to run the Swamp Things as far off the field as possible. Do not want them rallying. Massive leadership break! Huge for the High Elves! Biggins, Rugluts, Airboys, Goblins, more Airboys, like 5 units all breaking in that one engagement. And now Illyrian Reaver Cav and a few remaining Fireborn mucking up the works for the Savage, or sorry, just for the regular Orc Boy Biggins. Chipping them down pretty effectively, and look, even more routing coming in. The Black Orcs are wavering. Oh my god, everybody's so stressed out by all their friends running away that they can't stand to stick in here any longer. That -16 leadership is just punishing the Greenskins so badly here, and there's just a wave of spearmen coming out to stuff the points now. Triple cap for the High Elves. All the Greenskins need is a single cap, but KOTJ is slowing this cap down with his Illyrian Reaver Cav. They engage onto the Squig Herd. Spearmen so close to this point, almost on it. There's 2 getting up here. One of them gets their feet on the point. Oh, the Greenskins flip the point. It's now or never, do or die, make or break. Say it however you want. Swamp Thing's rallying is really bad for the High Elves. This could be a big issue. That is a really annoying unit with the terror routes. And yeah, Grom dying was rough, but the Greenskin leadership is rallying because he just ran off and he didn't die. So no -10. No -16, just regular old leadership here. Which, granted, is still fairly low, but is substantially better than the doldrums that they were in a moment ago. A wave of goblins, orc boys, savage orc boar boys. Both players trying to get all their cap weight on this objective. Swamp Things hanging in. Ooh, and dropping a terror route or two. 2 units terror routing the Swamp Things right now. Oh my god. Big terror, more units terror routing Ship's Company and Spearmen desperately trying to hold, but there's a lot of bodies in here for the Greenskins, and oh, they just can't make it quite happen. The High Elves barely lose this game. Eltharion getting shot up really badly in the opening moments by all the archers, I think, is kind of what lost KOTJ this game. Eltharion not being healthier for the end of that match definitely hampered his ability to win. He let the Swamp Things rally, and that was another small but notable mistake. Other than that, really well played. I do think you kind of want like a Silver Helm or 2 here. I just can't help but feel like they would be a very nice unit to have. The Oceanids are okay, but they got blasted by the missiles early. These freaking Greenskin missile line goes so hard for 2,500 value on Rugluts is ridiculous. What a crazy unit. I don't know if anybody thought they would be as good as they are. I thought they would be a good unit. When I saw them on paper, I was like, this is going to be a really nice, strong unit. But to see them consistently overperform like this, I don't know if they've got some saucy secrets under the hood or something that I just am not, like, totally cognizant of. Tharian versus Grom is this canon? Yeah, it is. I mean, they're honestly probably the 2 best lords to take into one another. Grom is kind of hard to kill, and Eltharion's a pretty good sniper, but he can run out of steam. He's really good elsewhere against the Greenskins, like just supporting in Moby fights. If you can support in the mobile game with Eltharion, that's where you succeed. Grom just tries to run over all the infantry and help his boys out as much as possible. Give them ITP and keep them topped up on leadership as much as he can. You know, they just make for a very even experience in matches. But Greenskins can bring a lot of different lords and have success. High Elves can too. I would say that probably your other best bet here is Burning Head Archmage or a Metalcaster, just to like pound the Orc War Boy Biggins and Savage Orc Cavalry. You don't want too many of those guys just rampaging around the field, because it just gets to be a little bit overwhelming and annoying at a certain point. You got Greenskin's Empire, Tomb King's High Elves. Is there any other matches that we really needed to go over? This Khorne game was awesome. It was really, really fun to watch. Already saw that one. Beastman Greenskins. Let's watch this one. Do want to see some more Beastmen play. Beastmen versus Greenskins, pretty even matchup. Pretty even. I think Beastmen have a slight edge just because of this one unit that you actually see in the opener, and is actually not the Chimera. I'm going to talk about them a little bit. Once you're like properly in our match. Kargum. Absolutely. Butchers of Kalkengard are a really sick, nasty unit, man. Silver Shield Regeneration, very durable against the missile harass of the Greenskins. These guys are actually really good for eating Goblin Wolf Raider fire. It's like really nothing these things can do to damage the Butchers. I mean, they can poke them, but it's just not super effective, and it gives the Beastmen like time to like push in behind the Butchers and cap points. And then you don't have to like worry about down trading with Centaur throwing axes, because Wolf Rider archers are pretty good against the Centaur throwing axes. They're very weak to Ungor Raider fire, and then just getting stuffed back by like silver shielded Butchers and Zangors. Zangors are really good also in this matchup. I'm actually kind of sad to not see any in the opener. I like them a little bit more for the opener than Goreherd, to be honest. Chimera gets a cheeky little breath attack. It was okay. You know, 116 value. Orc Boys are pretty unimportant as a unit. Honestly, I mean, very middle of the road, low tier infantry unit. Not that scary. I'd rather see the breath attacks get used on Rugloods if possible, but it can be a little hard to like set up for breath attacks when there's this many archers protecting one another. They can self-peel pretty effectively. Slangors and Razorgore Herd out on the field. Razorgore Herd just going straight for the Broken Tusk Mob. This is a Beastman player who knows what's up. It's a super effective method of countering these anti-large, like, heavily armored cavalry, just by face-checking them with Razorgore Herd. Because Razorgore Herd, for whatever reason, just destroy these guys on the charge. They do so much damage. And if you can layer it with an enfeebling foe and, like, a Flock of Doom, the trade gets better and better for the Beastmen. The Razorgore Herd, they're not getting any help over here, so they are going to end up losing the fight, but they still probably end up with close to 600 value, unless they break here, which would be a little unfortunate, but you can see. Broken Tusk Maw, which is a much more expensive unit. It's down to about half health. Really not having that good of a time. Razorgore Herd can also rally and potentially get back in there and do some good damage. Doom and Darkness! Upgraded Doom and Darkness! Huge! Terror routes all the way through the entire army! Oh, the Chimera! And Malagor and the Butchers of Kalkengard. Oh, the pain train begins! Down goes the entire back line. With one good Doom and Darkness, he just broke every one of the Error Boys except for this one over here. He's even got these Wolf Raiders spooked and running. Everybody's scared out of their minds right now. You can see something wicked this way comes was also brought for leadership debuffing. That is so duplicitous. That is actually super smart. Just a little bit of an extra -4 to make the last little bit of a difference in terms of, like, providing the Butchers an opportunity to terror out everything. Slangors and Goreherd and the Butchers and Malagor and the Chimera and a Manticore. Wow, they have completely buckled the Greenskins middle for... They just completely cracked this formation wide open. This is where the Beastmen become a dominant faction, is they get into these games where the main lines have been just completely removed. Like, there are no clean lines of engagement, and it's just a fucking brawl. Because they have faster units across the board. I mean, they literally just come streaming out of the vanguards like nobody's business. Everything is vanguard. Everything has like 40+ speed. The low armor doesn't even end up being a drawback at that point because they're just so good at getting in your face and just running you down. Their damage output is so good, especially with the high charge bonus on everything. Butchers of Kalkengard are really starting to turbocharge Bloodgreed as well, since they've been able to beat up on mostly routing units. They're going to disengage from over here. They're going to try and help clean up some units on the flank, and the Feral Manticore is just hounding the Broken Tusk mob. And one of the Ungor Raiders is being protected by the Chimera. Chimera is just hovering overhead, waiting for Grom to try and charge these guys, and then it'll probably land and just try and beat the stuffing out of them. And that is exactly what the plan is. Very smart. Razorgore Herd get an uncontested charge under the rear of the Orc Boarboy Biggins. That might mean they just die, because Razorgore Herd are very good at running stuff down because they're Strider. They're also fairly fast at 70 speed. They can catch just about anything that's on an elevated uphill terrain piece. Because, like, running uphill actually gives, like, a little shadow nerf to speed. When you have Strider, you don't suffer from that at all, though, and you don't lose charge bonus charging uphill and blah, blah, blah. So there's actually a nice use case for just taking advantage of broken terrain. Broken up ground really helps Razorgore Herd value trade as well. Chimera just bullying the snot out of Grom, and Ungor Raiders are getting overrun, but the Greenskin's mobility is just completely alone, and the Beastmen have a lot of infantry on the field. A lot of it disrupting the backline of the Greenskins themselves, and if they just rally back to the points, they'll be able to lock them all down in a matter of moments. It really won't take too long. Manticore surrounded, but the Boarboys pretty blobbed up here, and a Centaur going to get a rear charge. Really smart to wait on the Centaurs for so long. Razorgore Herd does get worn down by the Boarboy Biggins, you know, but still a fairly even trade, and the fact that this is a 600 gold unit versus one that's 850, and then a Corngore can get on top of the more expensive option. Just amazing for the Beastmen. They're just meaty, man. They've got like they've got some good meat shields. They've got some great like hyper specialist units like Centaurs and or like Centaur throwing axes, and then their like Bestigore Herds, Corngores, Butchers of Kalkengard. Units that can come in and just provide immense amounts of value on a consistent basis. Butchers of Kalkengard actually have gotten their value back already. Taking a really tough fight against the Crimson Killers, but they probably would be able to win this with the Slangors here too. See the Slangors with their weird little face coverings. They're so creepy looking. Something about them just really is unsettling because of how simple their little outfit is. Just makes them look very eerie. Like the other guys over here, they're nothing to write home about, but I don't know. It just freaks me out. Disturbing. Chimera with a big bundle of value. 1952. Just escorts Grom off the field, and that's all she wrote, man. That was a brutal game for the Greenskins. What a brilliant strategy by Yiffert. Going for that leadership bomb paid off big time because he perfectly executed it. Got the archers all twisted around and intermingled, and then just dropped the fattest Doom and Darkness that I've seen in ages. And then everything was just completely outclassed. They were just like, whoa, we're fucked. They turned tail and run, and at that point, when you can't save like half your army getting overrun on one side of the field, that is damn near impossible to come back from. KOTJ almost made it work on High Elves, but Greenskins being low leadership and fighting a pretty top-tier faction, the Beastmen, yeah, good luck, man. Pretty tough and unlikely comeback at that stage. Semis and finals are probably... yeah, they're done. So let me just get semis and finals going. Cover those, and maybe we'll have time for another replay after that. So... let me drop the semis games in first. That way I'm not giving anything away. Herm. The replays. Back? What the heck? Oh, because these are from the other day. That would be why. Hello. What? Oh, that's also part of the reason why. Awkward. It's okay. Alright. A little bit of user error going on there, actually. Anderland versus Vernies, and Tobias, versus Welsh Lion. Let's watch this one first. You know, Tobias put in a lot of work on the Empire to get his tournament win on them. Moving over to the Wood Elves, another very aggressive, missile-heavy faction. Probably a little bit more of a pure kite faction than the Empire is. I only say that because Wood Elves are just a little bit faster overall, so they can genuinely just completely avoid melee combat. Empire State Troopers, I mean, you kind of gotta bring some of them, and they are a little vulnerable. Eternal Guard are available for the Wood Elves, but they can stay pretty far back and just be a unit that you, like, peel through. Waywatcher Corps. I do like this. I mean, Waywatchers have just a lot of ammo, so they don't... usually, like, elite missiles don't want to waste ammo on, like, cheaper, crappier missile units, but because of the Waywatchers do damage and how much ammo they have, they're one of the few exceptions to the rule where they just literally don't care, and they will just pour murderous overlapping fire onto you without a moment's hesitation and just chunk you down. Now, Trycha and Double Waystalker, not really my favorite choices for characters. I just don't really like Waystalkers in general. I think Arrow of Kurnus is just really stupid and gimmicky. It's not the most annoying thing in the world. It's been balanced many times and it's in a pretty good spot. I still wish that it wasn't 600 freaking meters. But it is a nice counter to the Screaming Skull catapults, because it will kill the catapult models. One thing you could potentially do to try and stop that, though, is just have the Ushabti sit in front of the catapults. So the catapults will still fire over the Ushabti, but the Ushabti will eat the Arrow of Kurnus shots. And potentially save the artillery models from dying to the incoming future Arrow of Kurnus that's going to try and finish those guys off. Necrotect bumping Drycha. Drycha doesn't super want to get attacked by a fire damage unit. And you know, the Sphinx of Uskef is here. The Sphinx of Uskef, though, is a very vulnerable target to the Waywatchers. Waywatchers just need a couple volleys to, like, basically kill this thing. So that's going to be something to keep an eye out for. You don't need to dive this deep for the Screaming Skull Catapult. Really not worth it. Just dragging away some of the horsemen that are trying to defend it. A Dryad going for the backline I like a lot more. And Wood Elves, you know, despite some of the troubles that they're having, they do have the lead, and they are holding all the points. You can see that bad cap weight really hurting the Tomb Kings, because it's not like they don't have nothing here. They've got a bunch of bodies, but they only just now flipped it away from Drycha and one Dryad unit. It's kind of painful. I'm not a fan of Pendulum into Tomb Kings. Their units are tightly packed, but not that valuable, so I don't really find it to be all that strong, to be honest. If you really want my opinion on what the good spells are against Tomb Kings, frankly, I think you'd be better off with Death Magic. Melkoth's into all the cheap cavalry, not that great. Into even cheaper infantry, definitely not great. Enfeebling Foe would probably be better, and just Pit of Shades to hit like any big blobs of Garbo that just like develop. Because if you can use a Pit of Shades to hit something like this here, see how many cavalry units are like overlapped on one another here? If you got a good like fat Pit of Shades off, you'd probably get close to like 600-700 value at the very least on all those things. Pendulum and Melkoths are just not going to provide you the value you're looking for against Tomb Kings, because they just don't have anything that's that vulnerable to them. Not anything that you don't already have plenty of answers for it to begin with. Drycha's getting slapped up by the Sphinx of Uskef, but it's getting hammered by Waywatcher fire now. One Waywatcher does get shut down pretty hard by the Ushabti summon. Others taking some Screaming Skull catapult fire, but the catapult is down to 2 models, not nearly enough burst damage. The Waywatchers should be able to finish up the Necrotect and the Sphinx of Uskef here. And to top it all off, while those are, like, nice engagements for the Tomb Kings, they're just getting absolutely creamed everywhere else. I mean, Eternal Guard is just fighting off a million crap units. Dryads are just murdering skeletons out on the flank. Still got enough HP to get in and do some mischief if they just rear charge here. Waystalker has 2 Arrows of Kurnus. I would definitely just dump all the Arrows of Kurnus into the Sphinx at this point. I'll definitely wear them out sooner rather than later. Waywatchers opening up on the Sphinx. Dryads moving in. Eternal Guard just holding. Yeah, Tomb Kings are just gassed, dude. I mean, like, what are they going to do? And a Wild Rider gets all the way around the field and finishes off the Screaming Skull Catapult and some of the Skeleton Horsemen. Dryads just continuing to hold. Way too durable. Wood Elves. Wood Elves are just way too durable for the Tomb Kings to try and face check them like this. And bringing a big old Sphinx is just not a good idea, because it is way too squishy to the Wood Elf missile play. And then the Wood Elves also have the Wild Hunters of Kurnus, which are really good against the Sphinx. So Wild Hunters of Kurnus ignore Neru's incantation, which does protect from Waywatcher fire. Wild Hunters of Kurnus have magic attacks, so they just completely ignore it. They will just rip the Sphinx of Uskef a new one, man. Good surround here. Tobias with a dominant win. First Tobias game I've watched today, actually. And clearly he knows what he's doing on these Wood Elves, because this is something to behold. Very nicely done. Moving the Waste Stalker forward. He's out of ammo. Doesn't have any, does he have one? Oh, he does have Arrow of Kurnus left. Could just drop it on the, Sepulchral Stalkers, I guess. This Waste Stalker with 1494. In terms of value, really nice. This guy only has 246. He just used all his ammo shooting, like, skeletons, I guess. While the other guy, he was able to poke the Sphinx and Kotep and the Necrotect. It's like a lot of units that he was actually able to hurt. Drycha providing her Fanatical Resolve. She just gives such a huge buff to melee attack, to everything around her. And I mean, the weapon strength is no joke either. I mean, it's up to 50% that she applies to everybody within her aura. Can't really find anything quite as effective from any other faction, to be honest. I mean, she's a really good character to anchor on top of. I guess that's why Tobias brought her. Maybe he brought her also thinking that, hey, if he brings the Sphinx, I've got the triple Waywatchers, so I've got the protective tools. Just punish anybody tries to blob around her. And now that's kind of been the case. I mean, she's really helped to anchor this middle objective and just suck the life out of the Tomb Kings on it. Wild Hunters of Kurnus getting a rear charge on Horse Archers, ripping them apart in mere moments. And over here, the Wild Riders and Glade Riders are very beat up and somehow out-trading the Nekar Horsemen. Oof, man. Yeah, fighting physical resistance, cavalry. Really not that fun for the Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings needed chariots. They needed the Streaming Skull catapults out in bigger numbers. They did not need Sepulchral Stalkers at all. Trash unit against the Wood Elves, in my opinion. Wood Elves have way too much anti-large available that just make a mockery of these guys' very existence. And just like an affront to God in the Wood Elves' eyes to see Sepulchral Stalkers running around. Wild Riders hard counter all the cav. Oh man, that's rough. Welshline played so well in all the other games we watched, but you know, meeting his match, I think maybe in an unfamiliar or just a really challenging matchup for him personally. I'll show off a Tomb Kings build that I've had work against the Wood Elves. I'm not the most experienced Tomb Kings player, but I'm familiar enough with it that I can definitely say with confidence that this is a pretty solid build against them. There's a couple ways you can go about it, but honestly, I do think that Cetra, just on horseback, is honestly a pretty good play. He's got good spells against the Wood Elves with the Usirians and Nerus and Jaffs, and you just run those. Get rid of the Curse, Unyielding Will. Wrath of Fitra, not really all that strong. Although this could be a little bit better if he's on horse. Still don't think you really need it, though. Just want to try and avoid getting stuck in cavalry fights, honestly, as much as possible. I mean, like, Cetra could beat up on Wild Riders, but really what Cetra wants to do is hunt down the Waystalkers. Stalkers. Cetra bullies Waystalkers. Stalkers. Even though he's an anti-large character, he's still got crazy good stats on his horse. And he's got Blessed Blade, which does flaming attacks, Fuse Blinded, also has magic damage, just like all the goodies that you could ever want against the Wood Elves. He can kill Durthu, actually. It's not like the easiest fight in the world, but he can put some moves on Durthu even. And then you don't have to, like, commit to the Sphinx. And the Sphinx is really expensive. I actually really love Shielded Tomb Guard here. With just a massive swarm of skeleton spears. And some skeleton warriors. I mean, no joke. You just go shield wall and push down the, Wood Elves early. You go double Screaming Skull Catapult out the gate. Get some, although Horse Archer's not so good here. Just Skeleton Horsemen. A couple Nekar Horsemen. Skeleton Archer Chariots, actually really strong here. Couple of Ushabti, Chosen of the Gods. A Carrion ain't bad, just to, like, run around and be annoying. And, yeah, this might be one of the few matchups where you don't really want the, Necrotect. Like, Vambraces of the Sun, Foot Necrotect might be okay. Just, like, run him on foot. With his, Restore and Vambraces. I guess for 200 gold, cut the Carrion. Got 550. A one Nekar Warrior ain't a bad idea. They've got some damage output. Not the craziest best unit against the Wood Elves, but it can put a little bit of work in against some, like, Wildwood Rangers who are, like, wildly overcosted to be fighting these guys. These guys can actually do some good damage to them. Or just to beat up on Eternal Guard a little bit. There's some things they can do. They can just run around with the Necrotect, especially, and benefit immensely from that. Your Chariots are actually the carry tool here. Because the Chariots are really good at running down, Waywatchers. They're tanky against the Cavalry, except for the Wild Hunters of Kurnus. You've got good ranged pressure here with the double Screaming Skull Catapult. And, you're trying to just defend those catapults with your life, just with, like, lots of cavalry. And, defensive play. And you know what? I mean, you could go even for, like, another Ushabti Greatbow. You don't really need the melee Shabti. They're solid in this matchup, because they're pretty good against Dryads, which are pretty common, because Dryads are pretty good against your, Chaff, really good at clearing them out. And Wood Elves don't have, like, great chaff clear spells. They do rely on Dryads a lot for getting rid of crappy infantry units. But you basically just use the Skeleton Warriors to stuff back early, and the Tomb Guard are like your strategic reserve that you start committing up onto the points after you force your opponent to, like, use as much of their ammo as possible. And then you just really want to get in the late game with the Archer Chariots to, like, run over the, Dryads, Wildwood Rangers, Eternal Guard, whatever infantry your opponent has. The Skeleton Archer Chariots on the charge do mad, sick, nasty damage to them. They skirmish pretty nicely with their missile. They fire fast, they got a lot of ammo, it hits hard. It kills models outright in a lot of circumstances on the, infantry, and also does good damage to Wild Riders and whatnot. You got Ushabti Greatbows that can shoot Wild Riders from afar, and then the Skeleton Horsemen and Nekar Horsemen come in just to interfere and stop, like, free charges up onto your guys from Wild Riders. I think this is your best possible bet here. But you don't have to go Cetra. You can go Arcan, or you can go Kotep. I wouldn't really recommend Khalida. She's okay. She's not, like, great. You can go Khalida and, like, a Lich Priest with, like, Shadows Magic. Or, maybe even a Net Caster against the Wood Elves. That can work out sometimes, but it's a little bit of an expensive combo. And you really need to max out on shields against the Wood Elves. Wood Elves hate shooting shielded infantry for very obvious reasons, and they struggle to get rid of all of the skeletons, actually. As long as you're, like, doing okay in terms of keeping your units semi-close together. Oh, you brought a tree build last time. See, the problem with the Sepulchral Stalkers is they just get blasted by Way Watchers, and they're really short range. And they're fairly slow. They're just really easy for the Wood Elves to completely ignore and maneuver around. And then you gotta account for the fact that just like a basic Eternal Guard or AP anti-large unit, and they really shred Sepulchral Stalkers in melee. It's really bad. It's really, really bad. You just cannot reliably use Sepulchral Stalkers, in my experience. They get countered by way too many things. They get bullied hard by the Wood Elves. I've seen it so many times that I'm fully convinced that they are... they're a unit that if you get like a clean surprise on an opponent's really expensive lord, then yeah, sure, they can pay for themselves. Wood Elves, though, I don't usually bring super expensive lords against Tomb Kings. And if they do bring an expensive lord, it's going to be Sisters of Avalorn, or not the Sisters of Avalorn, the Sisters of Twilight, who are just like a nightmare unit for Sepulchral Stalkers to try and shoot, because these ladies have a stupidly long-range missile at 190 meters. Sepulchral Stalkers, they ain't getting nowhere near her. Or near them. It's just not going to happen with 80 meter range. Your opponent has to, like, fall asleep and forget about them for that to work. And counting on your opponent to make mistakes is one thing. If you're good at punishing mistakes, that's great. You can make some less than optimal builds work. But, you know, I'm trying to cover this as assiduously as possible to really get into, like, what truly is, like, the most effective possible counter to some of these trickier factions to face down. You know, don't let it dissuade you from trying Sepulchral Stalkers out into Wood Elves. Just if you play the matchup enough, you'll kind of see the cracks in the foundation of using Sepulchral Stalkers regularly. So we got Anderland versus Vernies, and then we can get into our finals game. We got Grom. We got little guy, little shaman caster, sneaky stabbing and vindictive glare. Don't need much more than that. And it's been the same opener for the most part for Anderland each time, but a really strong one. I mean, really tough to engage onto. Heavy infantry that make state troopers cry. You got a lot of chaff units that can like swarm around the mainline fights and like push angles to get onto the archers, muck everything up, you know. Engineer with Mercurial Shot, Boris Toddbringer, and Amethyst Wizard with Purple Sun and Doom and Darkness. Honestly, not bad. We've seen Doom and Darkness just completely crush an entire flank of, was it Anderland? Yeah, it was Anderland who got, completely bulldozed by the Beastmen that other game. No shame in it. It happens to everybody. I've been there. We'll see if it happens again. He just needs to spread out a little bit more so he doesn't get hit by the AoE version. Purple Sun Azirius is definitely a good spell to have here because you can just use it on Black Orcs and whatnot. I do actually think, you know, there are some greenskin characters that are a little weak to Spirit Leech, but Grom is very hard to Spirit Leech down because it's just regenerating a high HP character. Very resilient. Not really generally worth it to try and go after him with Spirit Leech, so just running the much more powerful anti-blob Vortex is a good play. Boris is a great lord against greenskins because all the leadership debuffing he does, Blood Roar and Crush the Weak are really good, and then the White Cloak with Ulrich lowering melee attack is kind of nice. Truly nasty focus fire from the Error Boys. Nobody has been engaging around them very smartly, except for our Beastman player, who just, like, completely circumvented dealing with them by terror routing all of them. Nobody's been bringing anything that's countered them at range, honestly. A couple Hawklands are not bad options, and they can definitely start opening up on the Mogrubs. Really need to hammer these little guys. Just a couple shots on those Hawklands, immediately putting a bunch of the Wolf Riders down. Follow-up shots, ruining these poor Mogrubs. Oof. Brutal damage. Down to 60 models already. Boris took a lot of fairly unnecessary damage, but he is, you know, he's got a big heal. He'll be fine. It was about 20% of his HP. He's got like another 25-ish, maybe a little more, that he can still heal up with his heal cap. Just need to be a little smarter with future engagements with him, and it'll be just fine. Yeah, Goblin Wolf Riders getting shot up. Very patient Empire play. Very smart Empire play. Just crowding out space on this side of the battlefield. Need to make sure that you can watch that Vanguard very carefully. Vindictive Glare, just to keep wearing down Boris. It's not a bad idea. I mean, Boris is pretty heavily armored, but, you know, it's 90, so there is a little bit of the non-AP damage that can sneak through there, and if you keep overcasting it, that's definitely going to help as well. Mercurial Shot going down from the Engineer, really not worth it on Goblins. You really want to use that on the Black Orcs. Black Orcs are the much scarier unit, although I guess he did hit the Black Orc unit. Are they overlapped? Is that why they both took damage? No, it looks like he just used the shot on the Goblins. It looks like the Engineer has been poking the Black Orcs with his actual repeater gun. Kind of not doing that now. I don't know why the Hawklands are repositioning. Why are they running back? This is an awful time to be repositioning. You need your Hawklands shooting to get rid of the archers. Oh, I guess they pulled back to get out of range of the archers. Oh man, this State Trooper front line is going to buckle something fierce, I think. You got Goblins getting in here, getting all over those guys. Outrider grenade launchers just came out. Hammering the Orc Boy's pretty good. Ooh, that is a really unfortunate Purple Sun Azirius. It hit Goblins, but it also killed the Spearmen and just completely whiffed on the Black Orcs. And the Black Orcs, their removable Bulwark active, 71 melee defense, mean, green, evil machine, just chewing through the State Trooper front line. And, yeah, this is a rough spot for the Empire. They're in a lot of danger right now. And they've got Orc Boarboy Biggins taking down their Knights of the Blazing Sun. Spearmen a little out of position to help. Knights of the Blazing Sun are going to pull back, and now the Spearmen are going to be saturated in against the Boarboys. So it's going to start flipping around for the Empire there. But Boris is getting bullied by the Archers. Archers are just hard-focusing Boris, and now they're swapping over to the Amethyst Wizard. Hawklands are not clearing quickly enough, and look at this, a rallying, somewhat rallying unit. Yeah, unit rallied in the middle of them, obstructed them, and is now routing through them again. Oh my god, this is so painful. A lot of Goblin Wolf Riders, not enough pressure on this missile core. And Purple Sun Azir is doing a lot of damage to some less than ideal targets, and it's mostly the Goblins that are getting nuked by that. Some Orc Boys in it. But the Black Orcs categorically have avoided pretty much any of the most important damage that can be thrown in against them from the magic. Purple Suns have just completely whiffed on them multiple times now. So it's up to the Knights of the Blazing Sun to get up in here and start mixing it up with the Air Boys. I'm going to have to try and shut these guys down and hopefully find a way to save the Hawklands. They're getting beat up a little bit by the Orc Boarboy Biggins here. These guys are getting real low, and they do tear out, saving the Hawklands and most of their models. Empire Knights and Spearmen are forming a nice little bulwark near them. Bernie's is so far pushed back, though. And the Knights of the Blazing Sun are pretty occupied fighting an awful lot of numbers. And the Swamp Things with all these solid infantry units buffering them. You gotta remember, Savage Orcs have 32 melee attack and 39 weapon strength. There are no slouches in melee combat. They can actually punch into the 26 melee defense of the Knights pretty decently. And then obviously the Swamp Things themselves are just a really good unit. I mean, low armor, and that's definitely their weak point, but they get extra leadership as a terror-causing troll unit, so no way to tear out these guys. They've got a melee attack debuff, they've got good weapon strength, excellent stats at 43 and 50 at base. Solid speed, poison attacks, lot to love about them. One of the best RORs for the Greenskins. The Rugled's definitely the best, but it's got some teeth to it, certainly. Engineer with some solid value. Mercurial Shot, trying to whittle down the Blackworks. Blackworks are pretty beat up, but the Empire's front line is just completely caved in. I mean, it's been smashed into oblivion. And, yeah, the mean and green machine is just completely stuffing the Empire off the points. This would have been a good Sunmaker game. I don't really think the Hawklands are going to cut it against the Greenskins. I think this is a matchup where you throw the Sunmaker out there with the Engineer restocks, and you just absolutely sell it. Just go all out for it at that point. Another Purple Son of Xerius doing some decent damage, but also nuking their own guys. I mean, only so many times that can happen and it not be just as bad for you as it is for your opponent. Because that's a 950 gold greatsword, or 850 gold greatsword getting nuked by your own caster, and then there was a Spearman earlier. That's like 1,300 gold of your own stuff dying, which is about how much damage you've done to your opponent. So not only are you behind for your opponent's value trading, but also your own caster is not doing you any favors either. That is the risk of Vortex spells, though. I think maybe if the Vortex is rotated a little better for the Empire, it could be a different story. Certainly could. Why not? Swamp Things overextend and get smashed by two Knights of the Blazing Sun. We're starting to put the game on their back a little bit. Definitely helping out pretty tremendously. There's just so many archers. And they all have a decent amount of ammo left, which is another big issue. Plus a fairly healthy Grom. Rugled's a 2,000 value. These freaking archers, dude. Just hard focusing everything that waddles into range. And they're just smashing the state troopers that are just pouring in over and over again trying to help the rest of their boys win a game here. Lord flees for the Empire, and Grom is looking fairly healthy. He's going to go after the Hawklands. Another reason Hawklands are kind of bad is that Grom just hard counters them. He gets a side charge on a Hawkland long rifle. He can actually take half their HP out thereabouts. It's kind of funny. It's a little hard to set up, and a little bit inconsistent, but I have seen Grom just, like, go right down the length of an entire Hawkland, just ripping them apart. Very, very funny. Knights of the Blazing Sun getting great value back there, but it's a fruitless effort. They are going to break. They're completely triple capped, so there's just not enough time to work with, and it's a really well-played game by Anderland. Anderland absolutely going crazy today on the Greenskins. Or I believe he's been playing a lot of Skaven in the past. I don't think this is normally the faction that he's been on. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like the last few tournaments have been Skaven for him. Oh, didn't play versus Beastman? Oh, lost a close game against Tomb Kings. Okay. That makes sense. There was another game, it was Greenskins versus Beastman, where the Greenskin player had like this same build as what you just had, but the Beastman player had a fat Doom and Darkness off and tear routed the entire backline and just completely ran over them. Start on Skaven, move to Tomb Kings, and land on Greenskins. They work, dude. They click with you, clearly. Run them. I mean, that was crazy. Feel like Purple Sun's damage is kind of awful for its womp cost. It's a risk-reward type of spell. I think it's worth it because it does crazy damage after the buff. I was a little skeptical of it when it got the buff. I still thought it was going to be a bad spell or a mediocre spell at best. I've kind of come around on it. I don't think it's always a top-tier spell just because it is a random vortex rotation, but its damage is truly filthy. As long as it doesn't kill as many of your guys as the other way around, hey man, it's worth it every freaking penny. Like 3 good Purple Sons of Xerius can get you like 3,000 value with no problem at all. It's genuinely pretty wild. It's just that it doesn't force people to stay in the vortex is one of the issues, plus the potential friendly fire damage. And sometimes your opponent just doesn't blob up enough to really hit them with a, big vortex, because, they don't offer you any, really appealing targets, and then you just, kind of get run around, and then suddenly you're at the end of the game, and you're like, I didn't even use a single spell, what the hell am I doing? I've had that happen before with big magic choices. Alright, let's see what Tobias is able to do against Welsh Lion here. Wait, we just watched this one. This is not finals. What am I doing? Huh? Hold the phone. Hold the phone. There we go. Here's the final. LMFAO. Alright. Anderland versus Tobias. Edge of the Darkwood. Nice big map. Favorable for both the Wood Elves and for the Greenskins, to be quite honest. Very even map for both sides, because they can both pressure pretty aggressively on split pushing maps, which this really is, despite there being a home objective for both sides. It's very easy to get up on these just by going through the trees. Wood Elves can get more combat bonuses in the forests. That is of concern to the Greenskins. But if you just spam infantry up through the trees, you can get around most of the engagement problems you'd have in the forest, not suffer too badly. So Tobias is using a Vanguarded Dryad and the Waystalker to grab that point. We've got our Senora de los Claros. Really nice name in Spanish. But, yeah, the Glady, she's on her little, horsey. Nothing too crazy. I mean, just as cheap as possible for the support, pieces, which is Arrow of Kurnos, Pravenoth, Rema. Double Arrow of Kurnos, because, it's just a Waystalker. And then the Shadows caster with Melkoths, which is a really good call. Very good against Mogrubs, Goblin Wolf Riders. Obviously really good against the melee cav, Boarboy Biggins and the like. Wear him out pretty good with Melkoths. Gigantic Glade Guard line, but I actually think this is a very vulnerable style against Greenskins, honestly. What happens if they just spam pump wagons out at you? What happens when they just go super deep into Goblin Wolf Riders or Forest Goblin Spider Riders? What if they just push you down, like just face check you. Your Glade Guard can't win any melee fights against the greenskins. If they start having to run a whole lot, this could end up being a big problem for Tobias. We'll see how this build does in the long term. Little worried and skeptical. Really nice Arrow of Kurnus to open up, though, and just absolutely pummeling the Black Orcs here. Yeah, good value out of both of those. Vindictive Glare is really going to come in handy here. Just for wearing down the Glady, hammering her and keeping her on her toes. Pretty cool. Mogrebs get netted and absolutely wiped by the Glade Riders, Spellsinger, and the Glady. Waystalker poking, Glade Guard opening up. The Glade Guard opening up maybe a little too slow, though. Goblins are rushing in. A lot of goblins, too. And a lot of Black Orcs backing that up with good archer presence. It's going to come down to who manages their archer line better, I think. I think because the Wood Elves don't have enough of a front line, they could just get completely steamrolled here. If Anderland is able to focus fire his archers a little bit cleaner, he'll be able to take down the much lower HP pool Wood Elves without too many issues. Dryads pushing pretty deep. A lot of the goblins are dead, and now it's time to get the rest of the archers in. See, this is also a problem with going just full Glade Guard. If you spread your line out a ton, you've got all these guys over here who have no protection, and they're also not shooting anything all the way out over here. And now they're getting flanked by Wolf Riders. And, I mean, there's nothing you can do to stop that. You just spent money on Dryads. You don't have a Wild Rider to push these guys back, really. Wild Riders over here are having to fight a Black Orc, which is the absolute last thing a Wild Rider should ever be engaged on. Shooting down one Savage Orc, but look at the Glade Guard lines buckling on the side of the field. A lot of them getting shot to bits. The Black Orcs advance looking potentially relentless in a few moments here. Once they've ground through the few remaining Dryads and Wild Riders, like trying to defend against them. Grom is also going to be really good against the Glade Guard. Absolutely have no doubt about that. Wolf Riders over here routing. Maybe... How did they lose all that HP? I don't think the Glade Guard did all that to them. Probably got hit by one of these other Glade Guard. And now the Wild Riders are in, so they're just focused on shooting down some of this other stuff. Definitely wanting to kill the Black Orcs, of course. But yeah, look at this relentless advance of the Greenskins. They are doing a great job of locking up points. Savage Orcs could just stand to move in, honestly. Savage Orc Boar Boys over here trying to move up. I don't think you want Savage Orcs. I really don't. Wood Elves have a lot of magic damage, and I think armor is just better against them unambiguously, even though they do have good AP options. And a lot of other units, I think the surfeit of magic damage is just a little much for the Savage Orcs. And the Savage Orcs tend to be more expensive of an option anyways. Vindictive Glare on our Glady. The Savage Orc Boar Boy is going to get a surround on her. They could just beat her into the dirt right now. Spellsinger's fighting Orc Boys and struggling pretty horribly. She's taking a lot of damage. Waystalker with some solid value. Black Orcs pushing deep and then rallying back to get the surround on the Glade Guard over here. Glade Guard here. Overrun. These Glade Guard all lacking in the value department. Not looking good, man. Really not looking good. These 4 Glade Guard were saved from the Goblin Wolf Riders. Goblin Wolf Riders not able to overrun them all, but I will say, Tobias, despite being relatively close in value, is definitely in a very tenuous position here because the Glady is fully surrounded by mass, pinned in, unable to escape, and getting torn up. And okay, you've surrounded Grom, but the problem is that it's Glade Riders, and he's got regen, so he just does not care. He's just like, whatever, I'm just gonna roll out of here. Stop me if you can, nerd. I don't give two shits. I'm on my way to ruin your front line. Really the back line. The front line's already been rolled. The Glade Guard are really the only concern now. You just need to get rid of them and you'll be fine. A lot of the greenskin archers are dead, but the Rugloods, man. 1,500 on the Rugloods. These guys all freaking tournament have been such a pain for everyone. Nobody has had a good counter to them. I do legitimately wonder if maybe they're a little strong. A little too strong, specifically. Grom actually gets routed by the Glade Riders, which is honestly a genuine shock. I would not have expected that. I don't think it's really gonna matter, though. I mean, he may even die. Well, if Grom dies and you don't also kill the Glady, then you could be in a bit of trouble. But the Wood Elves are lacking units. Or lacking healthy units, specifically. They got a lot of beat-up stuff on the field. Oh yeah, an Orc Boarboy Biggin shutting down all 4 archers. This is why you gotta have good spacing on your archers, too. So that stuff like this doesn't happen, where one cavalry unit literally shuts down all of your shooting. I'm like, yeah, good rally back here, but, this is compacting your lines into a bit of a mess. And the Boarboy Biggins up here can just charge right down the hill. Savage Orcs are contributing some pretty effective fire. Sneaky Stabbin' goes down on the Boarboy Biggins, standing firm and really ripping into some of these Wild Riders quite nicely. But their leadership is wavering. Grom dying is definitely putting a lot of pressure on Anderlin's leadership now. So maybe not fully committing all the Savage Orcs was the right idea, because now it's going to be a very back-and-forth game. It's going to be a lot of waiting and building up and hopefully getting some engagements onto the Glade Guard Corps that's left here. So the Wolves desperately trying to use their Wild Hunches of Kurnus to stop the momentum of all these Savage Orc Boarboy cavalry. Orc Boarboy Biggins over here doing real nice. Putting a lot of pressure on these units. Vindictive Glare getting some great shotgun blasts. Long-range shotgun cannon, really. I mean, just chunking into the Glade Guard back there, and actually routing one of them, taking some others down to wavering. Savage Orc Boarboys charging Wild Riders. I guess this is why you bring the Savage Orc Boarboys, because they do have, like, resiliency against Wild Riders who don't have magic damage, you know, with the Fizz Res. That's kind of nice. Just, I don't know. I just don't know. I don't think it's quite what you want to be spending your money on. But it's working out really nicely for Anderland. I mean, he's really done quite nicely for himself with these few units that I feel like on paper are kind of a liability against value trading Wood Elf build. Man, if Tobias had been able to save more of his Glade Guard, I think he'd be in a position to win this one, but so many of these guys are beat up, and yeah, they're value trading, but the point situation is going to start getting out of hand pretty soon. Tobias completely forgot about a Wild Rider out in the forest. No! Oh, they would be so clutch here, too! He's got a little bit of an opportunity here to, like, break apart some of these greenskin positions with just some really good Wild Rider charges onto the rear of, like, the Boarboys and whatnot, but it's just not really something he's, like, finding a lot of opportunities for, because he's lacking this one in the woods. Still gonna win out in a few of these engagements. Wild Hunters of Kurnus, though, coming up a little short. Glady back out. I don't know how much she's really gonna get done here. Glady on her Christmas cav could be pretty good because of the AP she gets. On the horse, she really is just going for nets and Arrow of Kurnus. I think you can stand to put her on the stag and give her a little more utility. Because if she were on the stag, she could actually hunt Grom pretty effectively. On horseback, not so much, because he's just going to ignore most of the base weapon damage. There's insane armor, and she's only got like 100 AP on this little horsey. 21 Black Orcs come in and they start routing a whole bunch of Glade Guard. And then an entire unit of Glade Riders has to commit onto them just to break them up. And it distracts a little bit, takes up a little bit of time. You can see that's how you block Vindictive Glare. And also stuff like the Arrows of Kurnus. You should just get in front of them with Cavalry. Cavalry actually eat those shots pretty effectively. It's not always great for some magic missiles, like Gaze in a Gash pierces through more models than Vindictive Glare does, an Arrow of Kurnus, but generally speaking, still probably better to get a cavalry unit shot by Gaze than your Lord. The depth in the game is awesome. Like, there's always a little bit of something fresh and different that you can do. To like counter like certain strategies and methods, play styles. Good charge in the goblins, but now you got to get out of here because that is a stinky stabbing on goblin spears that you don't want any part of really. Cavalry's already kind of squishy, and yeah, best not eat any additional pain. Not enough pressure on the number 3 objective. I'm being honest. You got all these cavalry units here as the Wood Elves, and you're trying to fight Black Orcs, Grom, a caster, and Goblin Spears. And why? Like, this Savage Orc has no ability to brace and resist damage from cavalry. It's the only thing back here. Like, I know it's a pretty desperate situation for you, Tobias, but definitely trying to capitalize on more vulnerable units would be something that would behoove you. And having maybe a little bit more of an answer for Grom, because Grom was a little unchecked. You got lucky with him dying in the mid game, but you had to pour a lot into getting him that first time. A lot of archer fire. A lot of Wild Riders and Glade Guard, or Glade Riders were forced into engagements against him. You can see your Lord just not measuring up to him in melee combat because she just doesn't have damage output. So every time Grom hits her, he just chunks her for like 400 HP, and she can hit Grom like 3 or 4 times. She is barely moving the needle against this dude. Because he just is ignoring most of the base weapon damage. As I said, she's only got 100 AP. So the most that she can reasonably hope for here is like maybe 200 damage, depending on how much slips through the armor. Arrow of Kurnus, not making good contact. Arrow of Kurnus is better when you use it from a good distance away. It piles in a little bit cleaner. Do more damage to these character types. Yeah, rough stuff. GG. Brilliant play by Anderland. That was awesome. Excellently done. You did kind of lose Grom unnecessarily during that game at one point. Sometimes the best thing you can do with your characters against Wood Elves is literally hide them until the mid-game. So your opponent can't just, like, hard-focus them. Although, if they're hard-focusing Grom, it gave you plenty of chances to move up. So it's like a give and take. Use Grom aggressively early. He takes a bunch of bow fire. Pull him back to regenerate for a minute. Use your mobility and your magic and other stuff to punish at that point. Really, really well handled, though, overall. And for the Wood Elves, you know, I do love me a Glade Guard line, but hey, you can see, it doesn't necessarily make it unstoppable. Like, you know, your opponent's playing the game too. Anderlin made some really good maneuvers to nullify some of the advantages of having that fat Glade Guard line. How in the world the Glade Riders killed Gromp? Dude, you can honestly chalk that up to me being baffled too. That was genuinely shocking. I didn't think Glade Riders were going to beat him down. He was probably trying to retreat through the Glade Riders. And yeah, and the Cav getting like constant rear attacks on him is probably how he died. Because Grom is very low, he is like fairly low melee defense. And he's a pretty big model, so it's kind of easy to chop him down with a good surround. Maybe if you just like popped Lucky Banner or something, if you had it, and just keeping him in that fight, he'd have lasted a little longer. You could have peeled for him. You know, it's just one of those things. Things happen in this game sometimes too. Like there is a little bit of RNG baked into the combat, so there's never really a guarantee that things always play out the same. That's part of what makes the multiplayer so exciting and dynamic. Yeah, seriously, good. See, Tobias, man. I mean, I'm telling you, you know, you're not maybe quite as sharp on Wood Elves yet as you are in Empire, but I'm telling you, man, like the general like level up from learning one faction is the most important part, and once you get used to Wood Elf units, you're gonna be winning tournaments with them too. So hold your head up high. That was a really well fought finals game. Especially for your you know, your secondary, and one that I've only seen you play on a couple times now. All right, guys, I think I'm gonna leave stream off here. It's been a good one. I've had an absolute blast. We'll see if I have gotten IRL responsibilities well in hand, and my job is winding down right now. It's about to be summer vacation, so I'm not gonna have a whole lot to do. So maybe I can find time to stream a couple before I actually have to like move all my shit to another state. See about it. I'll try and do my best. Might play some other stuff too, if I don't have time to do like any tournament streams. I've still got Menace, which I'm super into, that I'd love to stream again. And a couple other games. I've been thinking about getting into Dawn of War 2 Elite mod, because they fixed some of the like game-breaking bugs with it. And it is really fun. So I've done like a few games against like just the computer AI, and had a pretty fun time with it. So maybe getting into some multiplayer battles with that would be interesting. Any new player tournaments during the week? Yeah, there are. There are some tomorrow, I think, actually. Just look on Total Tavern. People advertise it in nice, big, bold letters whenever it's a new player tournament. And intermediate tournaments are also a really nice, comfortable spot to begin playing. Because the level of competition is a little bit less high tier, you know. You don't have anybody who's a top 16 player in those. So you can kind of be spared the Daniken treatment or the Anticity beatdown. You can get a little bit more familiarity and practice and not feel completely overwhelmed. And there is a new player tournament tomorrow at 1 o'clock, so check it out. Tomorrow, Sunday, 1 p.m. US East. It's a really good tournament setup. It's being run by Lacarte, who is a really good tournament host and also a really good player. Probably going to be playing tomorrow. Mask is banned, Slangors and Forsaken are limited, Fiends, Pleasure Seekers limited, Chimera restricted to 1, Dreadmaw banned. Exalted Hero on Mount is counted as a mark. Horsemen and Horse Masters locked to a limit of 4, and no Glade Guard spam. Honestly, like, probably the best of the limitations to add. I don't really know about the Glade Guard one personally. That's like something that some factions just struggle really horribly with, but others don't. But I mean, limiting it just means that those matchups actually are not just the same thing every time. So honestly, good restriction, I guess. But yeah, that's gonna be it. I don't want to ramble too much longer. I've got a few things that I need to do to wind up my apartment search business and getting deposits and everything handled. Yeah, the intermediate tournament is a jump up, but it is way better than just going like and raw dogging a leaderboard qualifying tournament, which can be a bit of a disaster at times if you're not like more familiar with the game systems than some of those like really long running high level players. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Galju. And yeah, listen to Galju. Getting games in is the most important thing. Once you get games under your belt, you'll be jumping into matches, still having, ups and downs, but you'll be more familiar and you'll be more comfortable and won't feel like such a dang, I'm getting my ass kicked and I have no idea what's going on. I'm not having fun at all kind of thing. Because nobody really wants to deal with all that. People generally want close games, and there's really not too many people who are going like super duper sweat try hard mode right now. Everybody's, like I said, feeling a little low key while we're all waiting for like a more major DLC than the most recent one we got. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see when the World Championships kick off. How many people jump in? All right, guys. Bye for real this time. Goodbye. Take care and peace.